All right, everyone. We will be getting underway momentarily. Oh, I better make sure I'm set up so that there's no echo. You know what I realized? No one told me. I forgot to put up predictions for the first couple of quarters. So I'll try not to forget that this time so that everyone can vote your hard-earned channel points away. I wonder if I should weight this somehow. Because everyone's going to vote for Zimmerman, right? So maybe if... I could do a multi-tier prediction. That way people could actually wager. I mean, I guess as Dan said the other day, the odds become so favorable to vote for Street at some point if a ton of people are voting for Zimmerman. Let me see. Score of the segment. So Street... Street plus 20 or more. Street 10 to 19. No, hold on. Let's do a little fewer categories. Let's do Street plus 10 or more. So basically Street will win. Street 0 to 9. Zimmerman 0 to 9. And Zimmerman plus 10 or more. These are some categories. That looks reasonable to me. Cool. It has been set up. Now everyone gamble away your hard-earned currency. I don't know what table Craig wants to watch. I guess I would kind of prefer to continue watching Kalita Klukowski, mostly because I don't understand what's going on in the Tarzan club system, and so that's a little bit more challenging to commentate. But we'll see if Craig wants a little bit of variety. Again, not really sure about this whole prediction thing at the very start of stream. There are so few people in here. Yes, not Tarzan Club. I'm sure that he is going to spend some time thinking about this and then ask me again to clarify my viewpoint. But essentially Kalita Klukowski and whoever their opponents are. Because Short and Brink, and I'm guessing there's no way I'm pronouncing that correctly. Oh, Short and Brink. Oh, maybe it is DeWeese and Mueller. Well, this cannot be the correct setup. There's no way Zimmerman and Street are playing once again. All right, goodbye, Twitch chat. I will see you at the break. Yeah, welcome back.
Everyone.
Start of the third quarter play of the Soloway Knockout Finals from Atlanta, Georgia. So Craig and I are here doing commentary at this table. And I don't know, we did see some other voice commentators at the other table earlier.
Yes, and they put in street and I'm told it is Lacuye with the accent on the second syllable at the other table. I guess they didn't play the first set, presumably.
They did.
I wasn't here for it.
Yeah, so Zimmerman and Street have already played 3 sets.
Yeah, because according to the table record, Street is playing the third segment as well. Slightly surprisingly.
I'm guessing
if that
it's
is
not.
accurate,
I'm guessing
course.
they just haven't changed the player names, but...
Right, that makes sense.
Okay, so North opens a club. East decides he's a little bit too strong for a 1-spade overcall, so starts with a takeout double. South redoubles to show some values. A little bit light, 9 high card points. 4-4 in the majors, though.
Yeah, he's pretty happy to defend either major, though.
West bids 2 hearts, which is weak. And East pulls to 2 spades to show his hand now. He has a power double with spades.
Yeah, so if West can bring diamonds into the picture, they're going to do very well in that strain.
Yeah, I think West is a little bit scared that everything is going to be forcing or look forcing to his partner, so he does just pass.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe North will balance here. It does look a little light, but his partner has shown a good hand.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, North expects that the high cards are evenly distributed, and...
Right. He's only shown a doubleton club at this point, and instead he has King, Queen, Jack, 9, 8.
So he doubles. Now, what would we do as South here?
Well, what do we do as East here?
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Like, East is just gonna pass, right? We've done our thing.
Sure. Maybe you try Tino Trump.
No, the opponents are in trouble, right? As long as we're not playing 2 spades doubles.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's true, right? Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't considered that pass was an option. Yeah, he just does make the quiet, more or less normal 3-club preference. I think, now the North is doubling. He knows his partner has some club length. There's no possible pattern that doesn't include a few clubs. Yeah, this lets West show his second suit now, which is a good description of his hand. Weak hand with length in both red suits.
Yeah, and I don't think 6 diamonds is quite there, but it's pretty close. I think the 7 of spades might actually be the important card that stops it from, maybe a double dummy perspective.
Yeah, otherwise, Declare might be able to play Ace of Spades, Queen of Spades, roughing out 1 honor, and if he has slightly stronger spots, he could take a second roughing finesse.
But I don't think that's in the picture. Now, the way the auction's gone, West is actually very happy. He was able to show his hearts. He's now able to show diamonds. And his partner knows that he's weak. So he's still considering bumping 3 diamonds to 4, or maybe queuing 4 clubs to show an even better hand. Or even just trying 5 diamonds directly.
Yeah, so East was going to make 2 spades, so in that sense, North was correct to balance, but here, there's some chance that it's going to cost him a game swing.
Right, yeah.
And Al Hollander is warning us there may be a crash at the end of this board, so if so, we'll rejoin as soon as we're up and running.
No, not again.
Second time.
Let the boys play.
Better on board 1 than on board 8 or 9, let's say.
If only they could balance.
Yeah. So
if only they could balance their smoke breaks with the times that the VU graph has crashed. That would be ideal for us.
Yeah, I'm not sure if North-South are smokers, but I think at least one of them is. I think Brink may be a smoker, although I'm not 100% sure there. All right, so East does, quite regretfully, given the length of that hesitation, pass out 3 diamonds, doesn't want to punish his partner for making a second bid here.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable, especially if West could have a hand that's more likely to be 6-4 than 5-5.
Yeah, very true.
So King of Clubs opening lead.
Yeah, here, of course, with a 9-card fit and this diamond splitting, it's very easy. But as you say, West could have a lot of holdings where 3 diamonds is plenty as high as you want to be.
Now, how's Declare going to play this? It looks pretty natural to me to actually just try and cross-ruff the hand for the most part.
Yeah, and if that's your plan, are you going to try to draw a couple of trumps first, and then because you do have 2 aces on the side, so you only need 7 trump tricks. So ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. If they split 3-1, you still have plenty of time to take at least 9 tricks, I believe. You take 4 diamonds in the west hand, 3 in the east hand is 7, and the 2 aces to go with is 9.
Sure, yeah. I mean, there's a ton of reasonable lines of play that looks somewhat simple to me. There is the potential to...
And you might... Yeah, spades might just drop, and now you've got a lot of tricks that way.
I was thinking, maybe an alternative is also to just, pull no rounds of trumps and duck the opening lead, eventually ruff a club in your hand, ruff hearts in the east hand, and ruff spades in the west hand. I mean, North will be over-ruffing in spades at some point, but Declare will eventually come to at least 9 tricks. Looks like maybe 10, in fact.
Right. And superficially, they could over-ruff and return a trump, but on my plan, you're drawing 2 rounds of trumps anyway, so it's not like that costs you anything. Well, he does win the first trick, so let's see what his plan is from here. I maybe just start with ace and ruff a spade and see if anything interesting happens on the trick.
Seems pretty reasonable to me. I mean, being only at the 3 level, he has a lot of flexibility here, and I basically think there's no line of play he can come up with where he's going to be at risk, but...
Yeah. I think on this bidding, there's a pretty good chance that North has a doubleton spade honor or a spade honor third instead of, the spades being stacked in South. Well, I guess South would redouble. I don't know.
Yeah. The redouble probably just indicates, for the most part, that points are fairly evenly divided between North and South. Now, the fact that North has kind of reopened with this takeout double, I think strongly indicates that spades are probably stacked in South.
Yeah, that's true. It seems reasonable. He's got the club to lose anyway, so do this. Doesn't have to worry about an over-ruff if South had 5 spades somehow. Although 5 spades, South might have just passed 2 spades doubles.
Yeah. But this might be a little bit of a slight improvement, in fact, on the plan that I was talking about where it declared ducks trick 1. Because now it's absolutely safe to ruff 2 clubs in West's hand on this cross-ruff line, and so he is not risking ruffing any spades anymore.
Right, so, I mean, what do you do as North here? Trump would sort of be natural, except with Queen Doubleton, it's not that appealing.
Yeah, it kind of looks tempting to me to lead a heart.
Yeah, I was wondering, underlead the heart figure, Declare can't possibly, obviously he can't run it, whatever's going on, but also it avoids giving away any information about the hand because the ace of hearts could just be anywhere.
We can kind of see as North that if we do end up pulling diamonds for Declare, then Declare is actually going to do quite well, because since with the spades 4-2, he's going to be able to ruff 2 more spades and dummy will be high. So that's why my thought was, let's start tapping dummy to prevent the spade suit getting set up. But
Right. I mean, if South did have 3 diamonds over there instead of 2, we might be able to shut out the spades. or at least the long spades.
Oh my god, this is just not helpful. I need to talk to the table.
What's going on?
Al still thinks that we're not here doing voice commentary.
Aha. Oh, I missed Al's last
last
line there.
I don't know.
Unless we were speaking into the void.
Well, that's what commentary is, right? We are speaking into the void. But
Fair.
yeah, I feel like there might be some sort of technical issues since Al apparently has not seen us a couple of times at the tables.
Right. I guess that's true. He thanked, everyone in the world Oscar
Yes.
style except for us. Anyway, this is going to be a little slow, probably, but we can see there's really just nothing to the play
I
here.
think Declare might emerge with, let's see, 10 tricks from here. Like spade rough high, diamond to the ace, pulling the last trump, and now losing a club. Okay, spade rough low looks weird.
Yeah, maybe it's just known to be safe at that point. Yeah, it does look weird. Yeah, he busted rough with a king and just planned to draw trumps and run those two spades. I think that's probably an operator.
No, this actually is fine, right? Because if North could over-ruff, then Declare gets to ruff his last club rather than having to squander a trump. So, all right.
Yeah.
10 tricks, though, is what we come to. 11 definitely available if there was a little bit of a more aggressive stance taken by East in the auction, but East-West do well to get to their best fit and collect a nice score.
Yeah, certainly. If they'd gotten to a diamond game, they would have made it.
On to board 2. Zimmerman ahead by 18. We can see the scores in the top left. That was from halftime.
Yeah, and I don't recall Armando Franco a 2-diamond 18-19 balance pair. I don't recall what their method is for that hand.
So East does open to no trump. And for them, I think it has variable ranges depending on the vulnerability.
Yeah, I'm looking for their card now, but I assume we did not upgrade that all the way to a 1921 or 2021?
Right, 19 to 20.
1920, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very different. If I could include 21, the East hand would be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, it's a 18 count.
Good 5-card suit, a couple of aces. It's solidly 19.
And some decent spot cards. The 9-8 of diamonds are nothing to be laughed at.
Mm-hmm.
So West... West has 10, and the 6-card major. West is also somewhat flat.
You might consider just transferring and bidding 3 no choice of games, like even with the 6th heart, just because the hand is soft and we have extra values. I think Texas is a normal thing, but that seems like maybe a plausible alternative.
Probably what Mano's thinking about. So he does start with 3 diamonds. Transfer.
Yeah, I think showing it as a 3 diamonds transfer then raise seems a little aggressive to my taste. With, so many queens and jacks in flat pattern.
Yes. I'm just making sure there's nothing else artificial going on looking at their card that is just a normal transferred hearts. And I do agree if we see anything other than 3 no trump, it would probably be unusual here on West. Because, as Craig has pointed out, the Queen Doubleton of clubs and Jack Doubleton of spades, especially with very light high card count for when we're searching for a slam, are not great holdings.
Yeah, we just need so much from partner to even have a chance at 12 tricks.
Well...
Yeah, and yet he is taking the aggressive course. So we'll see. The East hand even though he did obviously upgrade a little bit, is an awfully strong hand in support of a hard slam try. Nope, not even tempted. I mean, it turns out, of course, other than being off 2 spades, he does have 12
Yep.
tricks as soon as he gets the lead.
Yeah, it's close, and maybe depending on how the auction went, it could have been a tall task for South to lead a spade.
Yeah, if he leaves a club, Declare is going to take
Yeah.
the first 13 tricks.
But I think a trump might have been a more attractive lead from South's perspective, holding all of these missing honors, and he'll be disappointed to find his partner with the king of spades.
Yeah, but as you say, the ace of spades lead with a very strong balanced hand on your right is really not that attractive.
I mean, the way this auction went, I'm still just a little bit surprised about the decision making from West. Maybe we don't know something. Al says 2-4 clubs is a slam try in hearts, so this is their way. Okay, that would make more sense.
I see. So they just don't play Texas. This is how you sign off in 4 hearts. Thank you, Al. That's very helpful information. So interestingly, in board 1, they did get to 5 diamonds, and Klukowski actually went down in that contract. I haven't looked at the play record yet.
What a... That's some auction that East has produced at that table. Kalita is the one who went down. Don't besmirch the name of my boy Klukowski over there in the other room.
Sorry, you know what? I didn't see that East. It's very hard in the that little window in the lower right is so tiny. I didn't realize that 3 diamonds was what East bid his second turn. I thought it was 3 spades.
Yeah. Well, you can give us the highlights of the play if you're still on it, because this hand is not all that interesting anymore. Declare is just running the diamond suit. He's going to pitch a couple spades.
Yeah. So he got a king of hearts lead, ruffed, played a diamond to the king, quite reasonably took a spade finesse trying to pitch a club.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he played 3 rounds of spades roughing, the queen of diamonds became a trick.
Yep.
Well, he's still not down yet, though. That's only 2 tricks. Oh, sorry, that was that was the second trick. So how did he go down at this point? So they let a heart tapping dummy. He roughed the last spade, and was he just a trick short there? Am I miscounting? Right. Oh, I see. Yeah, because if he draws the last trump, now he has that extra club loser he can't get rid of. Yeah. Yeah, very reasonable
so
line.
On board 3 here, we do get to see these very, very aggressive 2 of the major preamps. 5-card suits pretty common. 3 to 8 high card points for north-south. 2 spade overcall. 3 hearts raise.
Yep, and north-south actually somewhat atypically for expert European pairs do not play multi-2 diamonds. They just play aggressive weak 2s in all 3 suits.
So West does balance with double. And I wonder what East does. Probably 4 diamonds.
Yeah, I think he has to like his hand, and West has to have a singleton heart and maybe even a void. But, to some extent, he knows that West might be just counting on him for some stuff on this kind of auction. And in that context, he doesn't really have anything extra. Like if he had a 6 diamond or even a 7th, I think you would see a 5 diamond bid.
I mean, 5 diamonds looks like a pretty good contract. Declare is going to be able to take the roughing hook against North's king of spades.
Yep, the 9 of clubs in the south. It does with 5 diamonds. The 9 of clubs in the south hand will let him hold his club losers to 1 if he wants to. He can just lead a club to the 7.
Yeah, now what's the best lead for the defense? Is it a couple hearts or is it a trump?
That's a very good question.
We'll never know. Brink has led a heart, and
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, pretty normal. And also, since Brink knows, obviously he would often have a five card suit here in this partnership style, but he also could have six. So there's some chance
Yeah,
that a second heart is cashing.
definitely.
He knows that he almost certainly only has eight cards between him and his partner. So, it is possible the opposing
Right.
hearts are 3-2.
Yeah, when you preempt with a little bit shorter length than you're otherwise expected to have, then sometimes the opponents actually have just misjudged and they both think their partner is short in the suit.
Right. Right. And also it's virtually guaranteed to be a safe lead.
So heart goes to the ace. North does not have a great many things that he can be happy about on this hand.
He does have at least the fifth round of spades stopped if Declare needs a ton of pitches.
It's not a comment you hear every day.
I mean, no, you can lead a trump now, and if Declare actually does need the spade suit to come in, North knows it won't.
That's true.
And it will if Declare runs the nine,
Sure,
but not
yes.
otherwise. If Declare takes the roughing finesse plan, the fifth round of spades will
The
not be a
fifth
trick
round
for him.
stopper. That's what everyone says about their 10-5 when they're in one no trump.
Yeah, I mean, East does need to get rid of his clubs and his heart, so.
Yeah. So.
I think North can see the club suit is not going to provide a ton of defensive tricks. Either Declare has the king of clubs himself and only one loser, or it's this kind of layout.
Right, so very natural to play back a trump. Second choice for North is to probably just continue hearts. Oftentimes, especially if the opponents could be in a weak fit, where, for example, here, West has made this takeout double and has turned up with effectively the minimum length possible in the diamond suit of 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's unlikely that East-West are in a 4-2 fit, 4-3 fit, but it's possible. And, I mean, maybe not. Maybe East really should have 5 for his 5 diamond bid.
I mean, what's his shape if he only has 4, right? Then he'd probably be 4x1, or I guess he could be, if he's 2, 4, 4, 3, 5 diamond seems kind of crazy. And if he's 4x1, he would have bid 4 spades or 4 no trump, I think. Oh, sorry, not 4 spades. He would have been 4 hearts or 4 no trump.
Yeah, so probably unlikely. But if North thought that the opponents were in a precarious trump suit, then oftentimes it can be correct to start tapping one of the hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he also knows that if he doesn't play trumps, he can stop Declare from roughing the third heart because he's over roughing it.
The fourth heart?
Or the fourth round of hearts, but the third heart currently in his hand, I meant.
Would be playing partner for a 5-card heart suit and Declare not utilizing the spades to discard heart losers, but...
Right. Yeah, so let's say he returns a trump and Declare makes what looks like the natural play of ace of spades, queen of spades. So North probably will play small, right? Because he knows Declare, when he shows up with a 9, it's singleton 9. And now that gets a little awkward for Declare, doesn't it? Because if he takes a third roughing finesse, North can play small again. And that actually will give him a tennis over dummies for spades.
I don't think it's enough to beat 5 diamonds. That would probably be enough to beat 6 diamonds.
It'll certainly beat 6 diamonds because the club will certainly score then.
I'm wondering if North is thinking about switching to
Yeah, I
spades
guess.
here. So East could be 3-3-5-2.
I mean, could he though? Why wouldn't he just have raised spades instead of making this five diamond bid?
Did Westover call spades? Oh my god, Westover called. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah. Westover called two
Never
spades and then
mind,
made a
never
delayed
mind,
takeout
never
double.
mind.
Yeah, I think the play will probably work out for Declare okay, even if that is the start. Trump lead and then three rounds of spades, just because the clubs are barely good enough to come in for three tricks if he needs them. So I'll give him five diamonds and three clubs and two spades, and now he only needs one heart rough to come to
Wow.
11.
North switches to a club. So this would be necessary if East had a doubleton spade. That just effectively seems impossible to me because your partner would have led their singleton, right?
Probably so. Through dummy, yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, so I don't think the spades.
Yeah, I was wondering also if there was any chance, like on a double dummy basis, if if North South can play double dummy and East West can't, if the ten of hearts somehow holds, South could play the king of clubs. I think that's impossible in real life, but it would be another interesting wrinkle.
Yeah, it kind of. I mean, it seems like the exact same position we've reached here.
Right. Well, no, except that it would be, Declare would probably think that the honor distribution was different and it might affect his
Yeah.
play elsewhere. All right, so I think we're probably going to see Ace of Spades, Queen of Spades now, right? That looks pretty natural. Maybe draw one round of trumps first. Like diamond to the east, diamond to the east hand, nine of spades to the ace, and also just in case South somehow has a singleton king of spades. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because he would have picked it off by winning the ace. But
I actually don't know what Declare should be doing here. I mean, this club switch feels a little unnatural from North, so we might expect. Well, it would be natural if spades were 4-3, right? If North only had king fourth of spades, then they might expect spades could be 5-4-2-2 around the table. And then, of course, they might say, let's set up our club before my king of spades gets knocked out, and Declare can pitch all of his club losers.
yeah, I think so. The club, and also, his long-term plan maybe to try to cut dummy off. So start by knocking out the ace of clubs, continue by forcing dummy to rough a heart,
Yeah.
and now the spades could just be dead.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. So ace of spades, queen of spades. I don't know what Declare should pitch here. Okay, he pitches a heart.
Yeah, I like a heart, given that the clubs, if they split and the deuce of clubs suggests that they probably will, will take care of
I
themselves.
mean, I would be very worried about South having a doubleton club.
Yeah, although again, maybe he wouldn't have led King Doubleton of clubs, but he might have. I don't know.
So the queen of spades is held.
Also depends a little bit on North-South mid-hand lead agreements. If they're third, fifth mid-hand, then that Doubleton is not possible.
Right, yeah, then I think Declare is very comfortably safe. I mean, at this point, if he knows clubs are splitting, he can just lead a club to the 10.
Right.
Another pause now. Declare might be suspicious about the 5-2 spade division, given that North didn't rise king of spades, because it looked as if North's plan was to score the queen of clubs trick and then take the king of spades, and those were going to be the three tricks that they got on defense. But now that North hasn't hopped up with the king of spades, which obviously Declare would have roughed,
So it's a little interesting. So North played high low in spades and
Mhm.
South played low high. So they did actually both presumably give. Oh, sorry, no. South played high low and North played low high. So, one of them seems to have given false count. Oh, sorry, if they're playing standard, they
Yeah,
both
or
gave
they
honest
both
count. I'm
gave
not
false
sure.
count. Well, Declare appears
Right.
to have decided continuing spades is a little bit too risky. Sees the 10 of diamonds drop.
I think he's going to play the third spade now. It looks like that's his plan. I think he was hoping to strip South out of his spades before taking the next roughing finesse. Out of his diamonds, rather.
This hand's gotten a little bit precarious. Declare can still make it if he goes after clubs.
Yeah, if he plays the jack of spades now, I think he's going to be down.
I don't think so, but well,
So North
he
plays low,
pitches a
and what do you want
heart.
East to do? And South
Oh,
roughs and
that's
cash the
three
queen of clubs
tricks.
is three
Yeah,
tricks.
there's yeah. So can he make it if he plays on clubs now? I think so, right? The 9 of diamonds is an entry to the long clubs.
Well, let's see. So let's say he plays a club and North hops
We
up
just
and
rough
puts a low
high.
spade on the table. Now his clubs are set
Yeah.
up. Yeah, now his clubs are set up.
Yeah, down one. Tricky contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if North's club switch necessarily did Declare in. It did set up a trick for his side, but Declare was going to have a hard time guessing this one on his own. The 5-2 spade split, as you had mentioned, makes it a little bit more challenging for Declare to set up the spade suit, and I think effectively he just can't set up the spade suit, is the conclusion. So he has to play on clubs instead to make his contract. He did not.
Yeah, like superficially, even a third spade is good enough because that would be three spades and five diamonds is eight and three clubs or one rough. But yeah, but there's a lot of pitfalls on that
Yeah,
hand.
well, we'll see if the other table gets there. It's not so easy and not so clear that they should get to 5 diamonds. I mean, especially if South doesn't open the bidding, then West won't be kind of like backed into showing this very strong takeout of hearts with a spade suit.
Yep. So here we have he's making this third seat one diamond, which I suspect would also have been a first seat one diamond.
And South has a pretty good hand. Is it too good to overcall one spade? He says no.
Yeah, I think it is 17 points, but the spade suit is pretty weak, so I think this seems like the more
Also a
popular
bunch of
choice.
jacks.
West. Yeah, exactly. Now he can double three diamonds, and obviously he didn't hear North will raise, but if it comes back to him and North hadn't raised, he could just double three diamonds and feel like he had shown his hand more or less
Right,
to
so
a T.
3 diamonds gets alerted as like, I don't know if we're going to call 5 to 7 mixed raise, but it is a diamond raise of some kind with supposedly values.
So North three hearts presumably is a good spade raise.
Yeah, North could have been 3 spades competitive, and so the only way to really show kind of limit raise values but still keep your hand at a low enough level is to have this convention available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, otherwise, you can start with a double and then bid three spades. But here with strong four card support, it's nice to have a gadget like this.
So what is East going to do? I mean, East might bid 4 diamonds here, the singleton spade as well as the really nice diamonds. Now he's already showed 5 diamonds conventionally. I mean, I think.
Most of the time, he could have been 4 by
Yeah,
1.
although pretty unlikely when the opponents have a 9-card spade fit that he has 4 of them.
Right. Yeah. So it does his pattern. 4 diamonds, non-vulnerable I think would be automatic, but, but here I understand why he doesn't want to, doesn't want to be contracted for 10 tricks.
I think more to the point, I would be a little bit worried with 0 defensive tricks on my hand as East. I don't want to give them a 4 diamond cupid if that's what South had. Now, South here doesn't have the diamond void, but that might have been a way for North-South to reach a slam.
And this is 4 hearts looks like a weird bid. And I'm wondering if maybe they added this 3 hearts thing recently and South might have forgotten even. Because it feels like if you're going to make some kind of a try, you would bid 4 clubs or 4 diamonds. And if you're going to offer 4 hearts naturally as a place to play, it wouldn't be with ace jack third. You would, be 5-4 to offer partner an alternative string.
But yeah, it looks like North-South got to the right spot. 4 spades.
Yep.
And King of Hearts is offside, so after the club lead, which is pickled East Queen of Clubs, was probably going to happen anyway. Declare will be able to pull trumps, try the heart finesse, find that off, and eventually score 11 tricks.
Yeah, I think once Declare loses the heart finesse, he probably would have gotten the club right for the wrong reason, which is that he would have placed a diamond on a request.
Well, East opened the bidding. I mean, yeah.
Right, but but he opened the bidding in 3rd C, right? West could have had queen fifth of diamonds instead of 8/5.
All right, so club to the king. Heart to the jack or queen of hearts. Yeah, actually it looks like Declare has a count on the hand, so knows that West has started with heart shortness.
Mm-hmm.
This is the slowest diamond trick to come, but
yeah, I guess he can hope that the defense erred here, and the 3rd round of hearts is going to provide a discard.
But I think East is sitting there and is going to ask his partner, "Hey, I bid this suit. Did you not see my opening bid?"
So we have a push in 5 diamonds at the other table, except it's a push against 2 clubs down 1.
That was kind of our expectation, right? No, probably not. That's right. Incredible.
Yeah, so South didn't open a heart preempt, having chosen not to do so, also didn't balance, so it just went a spade and no trump 2 clubs. It does seem like 8 tricks should be possible. Deep finesse says he should have gone plus,
I looked at the line of play. I don't have any comments. If you're in the audience, you can check that out for yourself.
I will. I will not tell the spectators. They can do their own research.
On board 5, so driver here in first seat, unfavorable, does get to open a diamond, and it's any 4x1. Oftentimes it's going to be a 5-card diamond suit, but here North has the unfortunate only 4-card diamonds. A heart overcall by East.
They're also playing, 1 club shows 2 or more, so similar to East-West methods.
I like Al's statement that 1 diamond is 5+ diamonds or 4x1 and does not promise an unbalanced hand. I mean, part of that, either or does promise an unbalanced hand, the one with the singleton.
Yeah, I think the point is that it could be 5-3-3-2 with diamonds, and there are some 2+ club pairs that actually open a club with that pattern.
Well,
so North has correctly gone for a penalty here. This is down off the top.
Yeah, I think I mean, kind of understandably, South has showed some values with the mixed raise, with 3 diamonds, and North has ace, king, ace.
Yeah. It turns out North-South last making contract was 3 diamonds. They were going to lose a heart, 2 diamonds, and a club.
Yeah. And so East-West kind of naturally just getting to 4 hearts on their 10-card fit, especially with East having short diamonds. West does not have the hand of East Streams. That king, queen, third of diamonds opposite the singleton is going to provide no tricks for declare.
Yeah, obviously he knew at the time he bid 3 hearts that it was a bad holding, but what could he do? And East, of course, was 6-4, had a totally automatic 4-heart bid, just an unfortunate mesh of high cards.
So spade to the king. North cashes the ace of spades, gets the good news that East actually does have a doubleton over there. I suspect he'll play ace of clubs and a club. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. North needs to be careful because the 10 of spades is now setting up. So he will need to go ace of clubs diamond just to make sure that partner gets that ace of diamonds.
Yeah, and South really hasn't had much of a chance to do any signaling here. He just made his normal opening lead and his normal trick 2 play.
But I think North at this point will play South with either the diamond ace or the club king. And so cashing the club ace should get a signal to clarify that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think looking at that dummy, the ace of clubs looks like a pretty normal continuation. I guess he has to be a little worried about South having a spade to rough. No, I guess, sorry, South let a low doubles in spade, so or low triples in spade, so there's no rough.
Right. Yeah, this is not the partnership.
Yeah, so I'll just cash ace of clubs, get a signal, and hope partner has the ace of diamonds.
All right, here we go. Ace of clubs, important to discourage. Did he discourage?
I'm looking now. It looks like it.
Well, they figured it out.
It does say low high is encouraging, but they had no trouble finding display, so whatever it meant, I'm sure it was clear to North. Well, yeah, their card does seem to say it's upside down. It says low high is encouraging.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. But they are on the same page. So 4 hearts does go down a trick. Nice result for North-South there. We have the push on board 4. 4 spades making 11 tricks at both tables. Somewhat similar auction in both rooms. West having supported partners opening 1 diamond bid.
Right by an artificial raise at the other table.
Yeah, so 2 passes on this one. We'll see West open a no trump. I assume South isn't going to stick in like a 2 diamond preempt. Okay, he doesn't. They're allowed to, conventionally. I mean, 3 to 8 and 5 card suits are common.
Yeah. This is not the one you want to do it on. So we'll see whether North shows this as a 1-suiter or a 2-suiter. I think I'm a 1-suiter.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Those spades are way too good to pass up.
Yeah, so presumably 2 diamonds showing along either
2
major.
2 hearts and 2 spades are natural for them. Oh, whoops. Oh. Wrong. Yeah. 2 hearts and 2 spades are natural. Yeah.
Right. I see they use 2 diamonds as 4 spades and 6 of a minor, and 2 no trump as 4 hearts and 6 of a minor. It's interesting.
Yeah, so 2 spades by North, just a natural overcall. He has a pretty good hand, probably not quite good enough, or not really like the shape that you want to be doubling with for penalties.
Right. I mean, I think you do have that attractive spade suit to lead, but you'd love to have an ace on the side to guarantee you can cash them.
So two spades does end the auction. We get a heart opening lead, and Declare is going to be a little bit disappointed about this amazing dummy that he's bought. Although four spades probably still is not quite coming home, is it?
I think it. Well, so you can get you can get a heart
but that's
ruff.
it, right? Ace of hearts, ace of spades, and a heart ruff.
But that's gonna be, yeah. I mean, you're gonna take, right, 5 spades and 3 clubs and 2 hearts is 8. Yeah. So Brink and Driver, I think, are playing this method, as opposed to the double 4 card major, long or minor, because we've seen this time and again. There's so many pairs that they're playing 14 to 16, which really means 13 plus to 16, and you often have the best hand of the table and need to be doubling. So having that card showing double available against pairs that sort of use one no trump sometimes as a preempt is really effective and necessary. Particularly when it goes like pass and players are opening 12-point hands, ostensibly 14 to 16, which happens at these levels pretty often. And so West has put in 10 of hearts to give him the chance to give East his ruff on the next round of the suit.
Yeah, club to the ace, a good technical play here. Declare thinking, very reasonably so, that if hearts are 4-2, which it looks like from the defense, spades might also be 4-2. So leading a spade towards his hand. If West has ace doubleton, he'll probably fly ace, and then Declare won't have to, waste one of his high spades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so West is trying to figure out whether it's more important to give partners ruff now or protect his partners, let's say hypothetical queen of spades, and then get in and give them a ruff.
I think he really should hop up with the ace here, because if East has queen third of spades, Declare is always guessing this correctly. We're going to play the no trump opener for the ace rather than the queen. And West doesn't know that he doesn't have diamond entries, right? Like, it could go ace of spades, ace of hearts, heart ruff, diamond over, heart, and now partner's queen of spades gets promoted.
Right, given that he can't play a second spade anyway, there would be no reason not to go up with a king if he had a weaker trump holding. Yeah, it's a good point. Obviously, North spades are much stronger than they need to be, but as you say, his play would be somewhat forced.
I was going to make the counterpoint. If East had king third of spades here, it is important for West to duck, because then partner could win. If we fly ace, then the fourth round of hearts, partner's going to be roughing with a natural.
Mm-hmm. Right, I guess on that layout, we're assuming the ace of diamonds is an entry, but that's a pretty reasonable assumption.
Well, we have to make some assumptions if we're going to be beating two spades.
Good point. Good point. I mean, might he try the king of diamonds first to kind of, tell partner what's going on and then find out that partner will immediately see what's going on?
He might.
It is kind of a classic play on this kind of hand.
No, he does just give his partner a ruff.
He does correctly play the heart first. Yeah, but that will end the defense. Whatever East does, North can win in his hand, draw the last trump in, cross to the queen of clubs, and finally take that jack of hearts for a pitch.
Yep. 8 of hearts comes back. High suit preference. Please play diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both East and West know where the king of clubs is. anyway at this
so
point.
170.
When declare playing club to the ace,
Yep,
it turned
we do
the king
see
face up
flame.
on the table.
Now, I have been incorrect at both of my predictions on the game contracts earlier in the set. Board 1, I said 5 diamonds would probably make. It did not. Board 3, I kind of expected 5 diamonds to make. It did not. We'll see if North-South can manage to get to 4 spades on that board 6 in the other room. It's not the prettiest of contracts, but it looks like it will come home.
Yeah, so we'll see if here East opens 2-0, which could include 21. That hand looks a little too good to my taste.
Yeah, there's no jacks.
Even opposite a passed
and
hand.
All the honors are working.
Yeah, partner is a passed hand, so there's almost certainly no slam, so maybe that's an argument for 2-0, but yeah, he does upgrade. You certainly don't want him missing game opposite a weak West hand.
More to the point. This is the partnership that plays everything's weaker in 4th seed, remember? 2-0 trumps 19 to 20. So East hand is just too good for a 19 to 20.
Yeah, it's way out of range for that then. Yeah, this looks like certainly in most tables you would expect a somewhat flat 3-0 trump taking, approximately 10 tricks. So 3 spades looks like a request for partner to bid 3-0 trump, as he does, and West is just going to pass this. Presumably 3-0 trump directly would have been something about minor suit holdings.
This is actually a somewhat common convention, but it looks a little strange. A lot of people are used to 3 spades being like some sort of minor suit Stayman bid, which I think the main concern with that type of bidding is that it lets the North player make a lead directing double of spades, because oftentimes with those hand types you end up in 3-0 trump anyway.
Yeah, well, there's actually another problem with the method, which is it is absolutely one of the easiest conventions of bridge to forget.
Yes.
Like 2-0 just like 3-0 partner. And then next thing you know, you're playing in, in some ungodly contract.
The 3-1 fed in 6 clubs.
Yeah. Or 5-0 trump because partner bid pick a slam and it's your last chance to get out. But yeah, I've certainly seen that happen, even for top pairs. It's just so instinctive.
Yeah, so diamond opening lead is going to allow declarer to stick in the 10 of diamonds here to clarify the diamond suit, which looks pretty attractive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you could even play low, planning to finesse it later, although that's a lot
because
scarier.
the issue those in that scenario is like North plays the 9, and now do you play low to the 10 or low to the queen on the next round?
Right. Yeah, I guess
what do I know? Yeah. I should just I'm retiring. Goodbye.
All right. I think he's joking, people. We'll see in a second.
Also, wait. What?
Yeah, it's true. If you play low and North puts in a spot, then it's not safe to finesse the 10 because North could have ace jack 9 8 for the diamonds. But
okay. So North won the diamond ace and has played back a diamond, and Declarer is just thinking, that nothing weird has happened yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he has a minimum of 10 tricks here, 4 clubs and 2 diamonds. After the ace pops up is 6. Ace, king, queen of hearts is 9, and 1 spade forcing out the ace. So, now we can just hope that the hearts come in for an 11th trick.
And on this layout, we actually saw this exact position earlier today in a no-trump contract. South does get strip squeezed if Declarer chooses to just run all of his minor suit tricks.
If he plays for it, yeah. South cashes everything, and North can bear the jack of hearts or bear the ace of spades and get thrown in with it.
So East looks like he is going to end up running all of his tricks. South pitching.
I'd be
You'd be surprised if he does
sorry.
exit.
I'd be surprised if he goes for the end play line. It's like it's obviously it's free. It can't cost him his contract, but it's. I mean, I guess he might have a count at some point.
Yeah, it
He'll actually have a complete count.
not complete. I mean, South Hearts could have been 3-3 from the start. So the fact that no one has pitched Hearts doesn't necessarily indicate,
Right.
but South is going to have to pitch the Jack of Spades, and that might be pretty revealing.
Yeah, South could have had a third spade, and then this plan wouldn't work. Although Declare wouldn't lose the King of Hearts, but he would lose the 11th trick that the 10 would be a casher.
Yeah, so South thinking.
So we have a result now on the previous hand where it was yet another push at 170. So after a very quiet, at least as far as imp scored, second segment, we have an even quieter third segment. A mere 6 imps.
Yeah, but all 6 imps going the way of Street, so the final has closed to just a 12 imp gap between the two teams.
Yeah, and certainly there were opportunities at both tables, but no actual points changed hands.
Even despite the antics on board 3, where one table got 3 levels higher than the other minor suit, still push forward.
Yeah, so unfortunately the play record was curtailed, so we don't actually know what 6 defensive tricks were taken against 2 clubs. Probably all for the best. I really don't want to know.
A little bit of...
So Brink could pitch the diamond here, which would kind of be revealing in its own way. Yeah, so he does pitch a spade.
Yeah, I think a lot of these discards are going to be pretty revealing, but it's still... I would say you tend to play for the strip squeeze in these scenarios. Like if you're playing at match points, it's the throw-in here, so East can exit the King of Spades, and he does. Just because the odds that North, for example, would never have discarded his small heart and instead holds on to that is pretty low. So in some sense, there's like a little bit of a restricted choice on like the defense making your life as hard as possible to guess the end position.
Yeah, that's, I think, true and a really interesting point. I'd never thought that deeply about.
I think that's why you'll frequently see a lot of expert players play for these throw-ins in positions where other players might just be cashing out a bunch of their winners. But 11 tricks were made. DeFranco went with, I don't know, what I'm claiming to be like the percentage plan there for the 11th trick, and gets rewarded when it works out.
Yeah, and also to some extent, percentage a priori, where South, I think South has at least 3 hearts, and a 4G split was a priori more likely.
All right, North has opened 3 diamonds. It is quite a good hand overall.
Yeah, I think in this partnerships methods,
we saw Klukowski preempt at the 4 level with King Queen Jack 6th of diamonds earlier today.
Yeah, to be fair, very different auction, right? His partner was a pass hand and he opened a Polish club on his right.
But still, a little bit of disparity in the diamond suit. So South, obviously, with his 16 and 3-card diamond support, is happy to take a shot at 3-0, protecting that King of Spades from the opening lead.
Yeah, he certainly expects to have good play for whatever partner's holding is. And he will be correct.
Yeah, hard opening lead.
Even a spade wouldn't help because when you lose the diamond finesse, they can't attack spades again profitably. Your 9th trick is already set up.
Okay, so...
Or in this case, 11th trick after a spade lead.
I guess Declare needs to duck this?
Yeah, so this...
And then duck the heart continuation?
Not sure. Why can't he just
because
win it and play
then
diamond finesse?
East wins, cashes the jack of hearts.
Oh, and they'll take. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed the tennis position, so they can take 3
Now
hearts, a
this would
spade,
be
and a
even
diamond.
more fun if the 8 and 7 of hearts were switched. I don't know. I just got really excited all of a sudden.
Where Breeze would have to
Yes.
unblock the 8 of hearts to trick one.
So is Declare making this? I haven't thought too thoroughly about it.
So I think not. So let's say West continues a low heart and East puts up the jack. Declare has to duck this for the reason you just mentioned, and now East
Yeah,
can
but
put the
Declare
jack of
can
spades
win
on
the
the table.
king and take a diamond finesse safely. And East can only get...
Oh, right, because now the ace of hearts hasn't been dislodged, so he can't put West in. Right. Yeah, so I think you're right that if he reads the position and ducks 2 hearts, he can make it.
What if 2 hearts get ducked and then East switches to clubs? It's okay. It's probably not good enough, but now I'm thinking like,
No, I think that's okay, right? He can cash at that point. He can win the ace of clubs, cash 1 more club in the ace of hearts, or not, and plan to take cash 1 more club, take a diamond finesse, and eventually lead a spade toward the king, and plan to take 2 clubs, a spade, at least 6 diamonds,
yeah.
and that's 9 without the ace of hearts or queen of clubs.
I'm back on board. Yes. But this Queen of Hearts opening lead has made things a little bit more challenging for Declare. I mean, I think it's pretty automatic from West. There's not a lot of hope in our 5 small clubs taking a ton of tricks on defense. Partner would need a little bit too much, so you just go with your strength.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a low heart, I guess, is possible, but, the queen, avoids giving Declare a cheap trick on a lot of his holdings. Like if South had ace jack third of hearts, this would be a much more effective lead than leading low into the ace jack. So we have a 5th consecutive push on the previous board. Didn't see what the play was, but possibly they found the same strip squeeze and end play to make 11 tricks at the other table.
Okay, once again, everyone's just playing the 7 of diamonds at trick 1. Oh, you know what it is? If that 6 is 4th best, North is marked with only one of the higher honors, or one of the higher cards.
Mm-hmm.
Still, it feels like the 10 is fine. Guys, you could just play the 10.
Yeah, so the play was slightly different, but did come to the same. Oh, I see. I think South might have just pitched a heart.
Yeah, South pitched a heart at the other table.
Yeah.
Sloppy. I mean, not necessarily.
Yeah, so Declare has gone wrong here, winning the first heart. So if he's going to figure out what's going on, and I think he should after his partner's queen lead showing the king, they'll beat it immediately. They'll take the next 4 tricks. I mean, maybe he cashes. He should probably cash the ace of spades.
I think
first,
he should
actually
play the jack of hearts first, but yes.
Sorry, I mean he should cash the ace of spades before putting partner in.
It seems reasonable. I don't think he should be afraid of not cashing the spade ace, because he should be able to pitch the jack of clubs or something
signal
on the 4th heart.
Right. Yeah, which I think that was actually the card I was thinking about, and I think that is the right play on the 4th round of hearts. Yeah, so this possibly our first swing board since the second hand of the set.
I mean, if you call it a swing board for 1M, I guess in a match that's this close, you should.
Well, yeah. But yeah, this certainly, if it's 11 imps, that's a swing. I think there were no swings as big as that in the second segment at all, right? Wasn't the 7 the
that sounds
scored?
Right to me. I don't remember from what But I was super excited about this match after the first segment because we had, I think, like the first 7 or 8 boards, no table had played the same contract in either room.
Yeah, the biggest swing in the previous segment was that hand where they doubled 5 clubs with ace king and 2 trump tricks at one table and played 4 spades, and South was afraid to push them out of it or the other, so didn't double with almost as many trumps as declare. Yeah, so here I think DeFranco is just debating whether it's worth cashing ace of spades first before playing a heart.
That seems very clear.
Yeah, I think like the jack of clubs is not a possible card at this point, even though it does squash dummies 10. I think, there might be some hand of this type where you want to make that kind of play, but this is not the one, knowing partner still has the king of hearts over there.
So, I mean, this kind of goes to show that you should often not read too much into the plays of your opponents. But here, Brink, is a very strong declarer, has made what looks to me to be a pretty large error at trick 1 of winning the ace. He will still be okay on a lot of heart holdings, but I'm not sure the risk in doing so. Because if the opponent switched to spades, we've already noted the diamond finesse is then going into the safe hand. So it's not as if like his queen third of spades will become exposed somehow if the opponents find the switch to his weakest suit. So maybe he just didn't pause to consider this issue in the heart suit.
I mean, I think it's possible that he was, thinking, well, could have had jack double 10 of hearts and then the suit is blocked. But then, of course, if that's the case, even if West had the ace of spades entry, the 10 of spades would be a stopper because he couldn't leave the third round of the suit. So I think you're right, although, I'm always a little reluctant to, ascribe the possibility of just missing something that big to a world-class declarer like South. There may have just been some other thing that he was, I guess, like, what if West shifts to a spade away from the ace and it goes to the king and plays another one, and now, now we misguess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you could get into a little bit of trouble if West has king third of diamonds, but I'm still not exactly seeing it. The only issue is...
No, I think we're okay then, right? Because we take a diamond finesse, see the break, and just cross the ace of clubs.
Right. But the point is, queen of hearts, we have to duck. A second heart, we also have to duck. So if now West has king third of diamonds, then we don't actually have entries.
Oh, I see, because we don't have a second hand entry, right?
So that I think is the only real issue with the line of play of ducking trick 1.
Yeah, so the other table is ahead of us, and they got to 5 diamonds, which is obviously much easier.
Yeah, declarer can just pitch the heart loser on the ace king of clubs, eventually lose a diamond finesse.
And just lose 1 spade and 1 diamond.
North not opening the hand with 7 diamonds and 3 spades. Just systemically doesn't want to do that in second seat. Get in front of partner if they happen to have a spade fit. Maybe 4 spades is a better game than 5 diamonds or 3 no trump. So...
Yeah, and if your preempting style is where you could have like king jack 9 6, you probably also shouldn't have ace queen jack 10 7th. I think aggressive preempts are fine and conservative preempts are fine. What's not fine is when you could have either and partner has no idea what to do. There's a hand like this.
Very good point. Always want to be consistent, or at least make sure that your partner's clued in to what your range is for certain actions or certain common actions.
Right, of course, third and fourth seed, it's different because once partner's a passed hand, we don't care if they are deceived about our strength. But, here where the preempt has both constructive and obstructive value, it's really important to have your range be at least narrow enough that partner can take sensible actions.
Yeah, so
I fall on the side of conservatism because aggressive preempting has never worked for me. But of course, we're seeing quite the opposite
Mm-hmm.
view from a lot of the pairs in this event.
VuGraph operator telling us that the players have shifted positions, but still not played any cards. Going back to what I was saying earlier, so Brink is supposed to be I assume he is a very world-class declare player and has made what could possibly have been an error with the layout that he actually holds. So DeFranco, if he really trusts his opponent here, he'll say, well, there's no way that playing back a heart or cashing the ace of spades and playing hearts will ever beat this. Therefore, I have to come up with another layout. I mean, he might lead a low spade. He might switch to the jack of clubs, as you've mentioned before. And both of those would be disastrous on the actual hand. Declarer would just make over tricks then.
Right. In fact, Brink's winning the ace trick one would be consistent with ace 10 8 fourth instead of ace 10 6 fourth, and then he would just have a second stopper because he would now have the 10
Right.
8 and West would have the king 6.
So DeFranco is just thinking about, well, would my opponent have really made this mistake or, gone with this choice depending on what his hand looked like? I think. Let me try and count tricks if Brink's clubs are weaker. Like, what if he doesn't have the queen of clubs? That still looks like 6 more diamonds than the ace king of clubs. And I think Brink is marked with the king of spades, right?
I think, from East's point of view, if North's hand is kind of par for 3 diamonds, then yeah, South is going to be bidding a game kind of any time he thinks he might have 7 diamond tricks. So yes, he could absolutely be weaker outside. If South had 2 aces and the king of spades and 3 diamonds, he's still on a finesse for the game. So he wouldn't have made the same call. Of course, it would be a little too much, but he doesn't need to have as much as he had either.
Yeah.
And is it possible he's just thinking about shifting to the jack of spades, just playing Brink for not having the king of spades at all?
I think that's probably a little bit too rich because Brink would obviously be fearing a spade opening lead if he didn't have a stopper.
Right. I mean, it would explain why he won trick 1, though.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, right? Like, if the hand that Brink actually holds is impossible, maybe he can get away with winning trick 1 with the ace of hearts because the defense is never going to find the right play. And now it just kind of gets into mind games. I think for the most part, for anyone out there who's looking to improve their own game in these scenarios, you kind of just have to trust the carding of your partner and make sure that the auction and the play is all in agreement. And it looks to me like Brink could have won the ace of hearts at trick 1 mistakenly, but not necessarily mistakenly. I mean, he still has a lot of opportunities with this layout of the cards. East could have the 8 of hearts remaining, and then the 10-6 actually would represent a stopper because the 8 would get covered by the 10, West plays the king, and then the 6 would be high. So it's not as if he's done something that has offered him a 0% chance of making the contract, and therefore I think I would play for, maybe a small error at trick 1.
Right, that's true. The hearts could be blocked in a bunch of different ways. So Al also, wow, so he does play this club. So Al also pointed out that even when he does know what the heart position is, he also had to decide how to handle his spade ace. But here, this doesn't seem possible, right? Wouldn't you return the jack if you were planning to return a club?
I think this is fine. It's not like Declarer's ever running this to the 10.
Yeah, so here, he's just going to cash out his clubs pitching spades and then take dummies 5 diamonds, but not be able to score a beer because the ace of spades will be trick 13.
So 10 tricks.
but he'll be
Yeah,
very
I mean,
happy with plus
Zimmerman wins
430.
1 when they could have ended up losing 10 on this board.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a very scary win one from North-South's point of view. Yeah, from East-West point of view.
Okay, I think we're going to see some undos. Oh, a black king hit the table, and Vugraph Operator picked the wrong black king. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Yep.
Although I'm not sure why Declare isn't just
agreed.
claiming.
I mean, I expect Declare to just claim King, Queen of Clubs, run the diamonds, and...
Yeah, maybe he's just sort of like a little surprised at how play developed and like forgot to claim. He's just, playing some tricks and then realized, so let me make it.
That's possible as well. There's...
Yeah, so here, if Street had managed to beat this, it would actually be a one-imp match.
Is it possible this is actually how the play has gone? No, right?
I think the pause now is claim and possibly an East-West discussion. And, you know what it is? Play is over, but they can't put in the result until driver comes back to the table.
Okay. Yes. That's a very good point.
What?
Hello? This really is not possible.
Yeah, like that maybe could happen in the 0-5 game, but it does not happen in the final of the Soloway knockout.
Someone's suggesting that was just to score the beer, because otherwise Declare had to run his diamonds and give up trick 13.
I think, so Al Hollander is speculating it was operator error. That's certainly my guess, because none of those plays were possible.
Yeah. I just need to check the calendar, make sure it's not April 1st. No, we're definitely in November.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the result is definitely correct, but the actual order of card play clearly was not.
Yeah.
Yeah, very... And as you say, very tough for DeFranco to realize that Brink gave him a chance to beat an otherwise unbeatable contract.
All right, well, Driver opened 3 diamonds on the previous board with a pretty good hand. You think he's going to try it again? It worked so well.
It did work out really well. So, South will probably respond here, right? Yeah. And I think West will stick in the spade overcall.
Diamond, heart, 1 spade. Probably, I mean, I could see West passing. The spade suit's pretty weak. You're unfavorable. Partner couldn't act over a diamond. You have the opponent's suit. There's a lot of negatives.
Yeah, although partner's inaction over 1 diamond, I think, doesn't really mean much because we have a singleton. So, partner could have up to a hand that couldn't overcall a strong no trump. So, so when partners don't have diamond length, he could also have some high cards. As he does.
So 1 spade by West.
Yeah. And also, our hearts might be well placed, and just if we don't bid now, we're never going to bid, and that's not that appealing.
So 3
either.
diamonds by North looks like the kind of the down the middle bid.
Yeah, and then little tougher East. I think he has to act, but 3 spades isn't great, and double also isn't great. I was
wondering if East might... Okay, 3 clubs showing diamonds by North. Conventional. Kind of cute. Maybe they play 2-0, shows clubs.
Yeah, although here it's not clear this is a great method for North South because now East can possibly double showing values, but not force partners since North
Yeah,
South are forced to
that's
three
a good
diamonds.
point. So East does double.
Yeah, which is exactly what happened. I think East double here, I think, is probably just cards and not
Right.
a club holding. Like I think, yeah, obviously he does have a club holding, but I suspect it's coincidental. Yeah, so Al's pointing out that three clubs is a strong three diamond bid and denying three hearts, presumably because he would have made a support double if he had them.
A lot of these negative inferences crop up all the time in these bidding systems. So, the positive inference here is North is showing 6 or more diamonds because he's making a strong bid at the 3 level in diamonds. But then the inference you want to take is that if North had 3 hearts, he would have started with a support double.
Yeah, and so what do we think if North bids 3 diamonds? Is that a forcing 3 diamond
don't
bid?
Don't ask me these questions. I'm not the system guy.
Yeah, because that would be nice to have in your arsenal, right? Like, how often have we in Standard had a hand where we had like a game forcing hand with long diamonds and had to jump to 3 clubs in a 2-card suit because it's our only force?
Yeah, I mean, that does happen sometimes.
Yeah, so North hoping that he could just bring in the diamonds for enough tricks to make 3-no trump, because if he does, he's got a mate in his hand.
Yeah, and I mean, either way, it's very close to 3-no trump making.
Yeah, if he needs a spade, Declare could be in pretty good shape here, huh? He'll take 2 spades and 6 diamonds, and a club is 9, and the defense can take 3 hearts, and a diamond is only 4.
They can get 4 hearts
to beat it.
So when East gets in with the Diamond King, he can switch to the 9 of hearts.
Right. He can learn something from the previous board and untangle the hearts on this one.
This might be a little easier because we're looking at the heart suit in South.
Mm-hmm. But it is true, he has to lead specifically the 9 of hearts to get things going.
So the spade opening lead feels pretty natural. They have an 8-card spade suit.
Right, his partner went to the trouble of overcalling a spade vulnerable and is known to have a weak hand because we're sitting here with a 12 count and North-South bid a game. So that normally implies that West spades are pretty good.
I wonder if East should really be able to count this one out because... Okay, so the king of spades holds trick 1, right? Declare playing the 10. And now...
Yeah, using his one entry to take the diamond finesse. Declare's going to take the
diamond finesse. Now, East could duck this diamond trick. And I think it would be very prudent to do so. But even if he doesn't, I strongly suspect East is going to work out that North must have a very long diamond suit to be making this 3-no call.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting wrinkle, making sure that he does duck it, making sure that he picks up Singleton King on side, which after the overcall is much more possible than it would be otherwise. And of course, entries to not a problem.
So now that East has seen North has 6 diamond tricks to go with the Ace King of Spades from trick 1, I think he should strongly suspect that North has the Ace of Clubs or the Ace of Hearts.
Right, so West should pitch a discouraging club so East doesn't try to catch 4 club tricks now.
And, I mean, if West...
So he'll complete his signal by playing a little club, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if he really wants to go all out, he can pitch the Queen of Spades.
I think he just pitched the deuce of clubs and confirmed that the 4 of clubs was high, which might have been hard to read.
As well, yes. And the nice thing is, as East, we can probably figure out our partner's shape, right? We know that since Dummy had 3 spades and Declare didn't win the trick 1 in hand with the ace, we know partner only has 5 spades. They started with a singleton diamond. If they started with 5 clubs, they probably wouldn't be pitching clubs. They would expect that was our source of tricks, so they would keep those. So I imagine we can expect West to be exactly this shape, 5-4-1-3. And then it really all becomes about has he seen this position before? I'm sure he has. All of these top level players will have seen these layouts of suits where you need to start by leading a intermediate card to preserve entries.
Yeah. To unblock the suit, but also make sure that the lead of the third round is coming from the right side. Yeah, then this combination is certainly in all the textbooks. Going back to probably auction bridge days or earlier.
Yeah, and so I suspect DeFranco should realize that he needs to switch to hearts, and then he'll be able to easily work out that if he switches to the king of hearts, there's no real way for their side to score more than 3 heart tricks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and looking at that dummy, he can see that the only possibility is the actual holding, and he is.
Okay, now though, we have. So this is step 1. The 9 of hearts comes to the jack and ace.
Right.
And now what does West do? Because to a lot of players, the 9 of hearts would look like an attitude switch.
No. Right, I mean, he does have to. The thing is, though, if East had strong enough clubs to beat it, he would also need to have 5 of them. You'd need to have ace queen 5th of clubs, or you'd need to have ace queen jack 5th of clubs.
Yeah. Okay, 9 of hearts to the ace, and now it's time for West to think.
Yeah.
Now West should also know about the spade ace. East would have cashed it if he had that card. West doesn't know about the diamond length. Yeah, actually he does, right? East played the 10 of diamonds on the second round of the suit. Very nice defense. Heart back to the king. Well done by Mono and DeFranco here.
We saw some pretty good partnership defenses from them yesterday as well. I think this is a pair that seems to be, very much well coordinated.
Yeah, except on the previous board.
So...
But yes, no, I mean, this is... this is very nice, though. Yeah. So they dodge the game swing here. They hold the board to a push. The other table got to 4 diamonds, down 1.
Yeah, 4 diamonds making 3. Yeah, so one of the other table commentators was wondering what the lowest number of imps scored in the segment was. And I don't know, but so far this is certainly going to be one of them.
From this event or from any event?
Ever. Yeah, I mean, I made the point that you saw more matches with a lot of pushes in the old days when everyone played similar methods. Like here, everyone can be playing top flight bridge, not making mistakes, and just the fact that people play very different systems is going to lead to different outcomes without anyone doing anything wrong. So I wonder if this is the smoke break after Driver got his while he was dummy a couple of boards ago.
Yeah, I think he was in the bathroom. Oh, director has been called. Okay. I mean...
Okay.
I don't think there's necessarily any foul play or anything, but oftentimes players will call the director just to have a look at things and see if...
No, I can tell you what I think happened, which is East did take so long for that 9 of hearts, and I think the longer he takes, the more likely it is that he can't have ace, queen, jack, 5th of clubs. So I think it made West defense, without, it's not an accusation. It is just a, did he have an alternative play that, that many players would find, regardless of tempo, it's not an accusation. It is just a fact-finding question.
Right, and that's kind of what I was implying, that it's not like there's any fault being assessed or any blame here. The players are just trying to make sure that they're a little bit protected in case, West's decision was not so clear to return that 3 of hearts and cash out.
Right. So, fortunately, since this is the last day, there is no shortage of top-level experts to poll. Of course, they don't all have committees, but they do have the directors seek out peers to the players to see what they would do in an equivalent position, and the entire universe of top-level bridge players is available to them.
This time, the VuGraph operator has now confirmed that no issues anymore.
Oh. Excellent. I did not see that, but that's good to know.
So on board 10, we got 6 boards left to play in the segment, 21 boards left to play in the match. North opens a spade in 4th seat.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he's going to regret that fairly shortly. Well, no, Trump doesn't look like a great contract for himself. 4 hearts making 5 in the other room is certainly a pretty huge result. Wow. So they just started a spade past.
No, I assume it went
like
a no-trump transfer,
and
South. East on lead elected to lead a spade, maybe.
No, we're both quite wrong. Well, first of all, it couldn't go a no-trump transfer and have South declaring.
East leads a spade into the north hand, but get South declaring. You're right.
No, I'm saying, but you said that. Yeah. 2 hearts. I'll take a look and see whether that was a 2-suited bid.
I think it is for them, for Pacman Zatorsky.
Yeah, I closed their card after we stopped watching them, but I'll take a look right now.
Well, I know Trump is going to come home, but it is...
2 hearts showed hearts in a minor, so it was totally automatic. Now, you think 1 no is going to make here? I haven't been trying to count the tricks. Oh, yeah, because he's got several spades and
Ace
even
of
more
Diamonds
hearts.
is on side, so...
Yeah, so they can take 4 clubs and 2 aces, but Declare will already have his 7th trick set up by then.
3 clubs, 2 aces, and probably the jack of spades are going to be a bit available for the defense, but...
Right. No, I was thinking even double dummy if they hadn't let a club into the king. I don't think they had a 7th trick available to the defense anyway.
All right, ace of spades.
Yeah, they go cash 2 spades since this could be his last chance
King of spades.
to do it. And then play the queen of hearts. It's still, he doesn't have a guaranteed entry to the south hand.
No, but, I don't think the defense can actually do anything about Declare making this.
Right. Yeah, that seems more like I didn't think he was cashing that 3rd spade, and indeed he did not.
I don't really see anything wrong with it, but I guess it's also probably fine to do this.
Yeah.
He does only need 3 heart tricks from here, so no reason to establish the opponent's jack of spades, I guess.
Right. Yeah, so West making sure to cut dummy off. I think Declare will just clear the hearts anyway, for lack of anything better to do. I guess maybe play Queen of Spades Diamond now. That's also kind of reasonable.
Yeah, I actually kind of like playing a heart.
I think I do too. The defense eventually is going to have nothing to do but play pointed suit cards. Like, it looks a little scary since you're no longer guaranteed a hand entry, but the defense only has so many clubs.
This would also allow me to misguess spades later. When West got in and played a spade through the queen 9, I could stick in the 9 and look silly that way.
Yeah, so if you're getting another possibility for a big swing, I think we have the guarantee of a big swing. The north-south result here is largely irrelevant with 650 at the other
Yeah, so
table.
it'll either be 90 and 650.
Making would be
Yeah,
11 amps, and down would be
11
12
or
amps. What's that?
13 for 750, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, they made the over trick. Wow. Yeah. And it looks like Four Hearts could have been beaten in a bunch of different ways. Well, not maybe not a bunch of different ways, but they can certainly take 5 tricks. Two red suit. Yeah. Yeah, 2 red suit aces and
Right.
leading a club through the
Yeah.
king.
But obviously, West just had to pick between 3 small spades and 3 small diamonds and chose incorrectly.
I see. So, yeah, and so I guess even if he leads the ace of clubs, he would still beat it because he can lead a club trick too as
Yeah,
well.
but the
And North
spade
has
lead
no entry.
looks pretty natural to me on the auction. 2 hearts, 4 hearts. South is known to have a minor suit, so leading spades makes sense.
Right. Yeah, through the length and not into declare a second suit, as either
Yep.
minor quite possibly could be. Yeah, so yeah, it does look all kind of reasonable, but obviously a catastrophic outcome for East West. Yeah, so declare, I guess, is still trying to figure out. Yeah, I was gonna say the straightforward plan of cash your winner and try to set up the king of diamond as another
Yeah, there was
winner.
no risk now that West had played the 10 of spades on the previous round of the suit.
Right.
But a diamond does get led up to the ace. East can cash the jack of spades, play clubs over, but West is still holding on to a diamond. So this will be 7 tricks. And what did we determine? What was this, like 10 imps? 11 imps? 11 imps?
I believe 11
Yeah.
for 650
So
and
11
90.
imps going the way of street. And wow, that's our first big swing of the set, but the street is dominating,
Yeah.
and they're within 2.
Yeah, if they had navigated that 3-0 short fence a couple of boards ago, they would actually be ahead by
Right.
almost 10 imps.
So Zimmerman still in the lead, but it has been cut a little bit. And in a match that's this close, that kind of means that any one big score could really open up a huge lead for one team or another. Like if you're only going to be getting one game swing a set, and you're the team that gets it.
Yeah, and effectively, it's a tied match with 25 boards to go.
20 boards to go.
20 boards to go, that's right, yeah.
As Al says, buckle up for the final 20 boards. Make sure to get your popcorn, ice cream, whatever it is that you're eating. Here we go.
So quite a nice result in the other room for the Zimmerman East West pair.
That's an insane result. 6 clubs, you're off the trump queen. You have potential losers in both red suits.
Yeah. I mean, if you protect the queen of hearts, then most of the time the diamonds will come in for a pitch. But as you say, you're still going to need a lot of luck in the trump suit because you have to ruff all the spades.
I'm not sure I can even construct an auction to reach 6 clubs. Well, maybe we're about to see one because North is going to stick a large spade bid on the table and East is going to make a takeout double.
So that is what happened, although it was a small spade bid at the other table. North bid only 2 spades in East double.
Yeah, so here we see 3 spades, which I think is maybe a little more down the middle from North.
Yeah, so at the other table, West bid 3 clubs over that, possibly showing extras. I don't know if they play like a Lebensel or good bad method. East now bid 4 spades. West bid 4 no trump, and East bid 6 clubs.
Yeah, that I see it now. And I think...
So it's possible that East thought that West was showing a better hand at some point in the auction.
Club bid, and maybe West figured that he did have extras. He had no wasted spade cards, the Queen of Hearts is useful, and the 5-card club suit.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it was 3 clubs, 4 no trump, or both. 4 no might well have just been like, partner, please tell me more about this hand because I have no idea what's up.
Yeah, I hadn't drawn attention to the fact that South actually passed this hand in first seed at no one vulnerable. Okay, well, we do see another big swing, this one going the way of Zimmerman. I actually haven't even figured out if 4 hearts is making.
Yeah, this one, on the surface, you only have to lose 2 trumps and a diamond, and with clubs 2-2, you can't take 5 club tricks, so I think he's probably going to make this even after they start tapping his hand. Trumps are 3-3, so take the tap, lead a heart to the queen, take another tap. No. Yeah, it's true. You can't play ace and a trump now because they can draw trumps. Yeah, he might. Is it really possible he's going to go minus and 4 hearts on this hand?
So I think there are a couple of options for line of play here. Yeah, I'm actually really not seeing how Declare is going plus after this spade lead. I was thinking...
Yeah, I think given the trump weakness and that they can tap him as many times as they need to with spades 5-5, I think it's going to be pretty challenging. I think he might be able to make it if the queen jack of diamonds were onside.
Yes. But that's always asking a lot, right? You never want your contract to come down to playing low to the 10 when you have ace king 10 in a suit.
Yeah, Al is reminding everybody that he and we jinxed it by calling attention to the fact that 0 imps had been scored on, or I guess 1 imp had been scored on.
What do you
7,
mean jinxed it?
This
hands. Is what everyone's here for. We want to see the bloodbath. All right, low heart to the queen and king.
Yeah, this certainly seems like a totally normal start for Declare. Of course, he's going to be sitting there thinking that when he goes down that it's not a great result, but it's probably a part score swing or maybe even a push. Since the auction rates to go similarly the 2 tables, he's going to have no idea that he's losing 14 imps here.
Yeah, Mono made a really unusual call bidding a 2-card suit rather than a 5-card suit, opposite his partner's takeout double. But of course, East is under a lot of pressure over 3 spades. He might be forced to make this double with some off-shape hands, especially ones that contain 6 hearts. And
yeah, I think West may just have been worried that the 4 clubs, since it could be so weak, given that he did have a heart honor and some extras, knowing his partner at least had some club length, that he just wasn't willing to risk playing in 4 clubs when 4 hearts could be playable.
I guess not feeling comfortable about bidding to the 5 level in clubs when there's no guarantee of a big enough fit.
Right, give partner like ace jack 9 5th of hearts instead of ace 9 5th, and ace 10 3rd of clubs instead of 4th, and 4 hearts is probably as good as anything. But yeah, all of a sudden, this is kind of terrifying for Declare, who, from his point of view, often will no longer have the longest trump holding at the table.
Right. So I wonder how Declare is going to attempt this. We can kind of see 4 hearts. It looks like it's going down at this point. Obviously, if Declare was able to just play
I
Ace of Hearts
mean,
Heart exiting and the defense couldn't run spades, then he would be okay. But without that,
yeah, I mean, one possibility is to lead a club to the jack, planning to take diamond finesses.
yeah, I'm wondering if Declare is going to attempt that plan because for the diamond to hook diamonds a couple of times, we're effectively going to want North to be long in diamonds. And okay, no, he does go for the percentage in clubs.
Yeah, so we would have to take four diamonds and two clubs and two hearts. So we would still need to get the nine of hearts in play, which is going to be challenging because we need both the dummies. Even if the jack of clubs is an entry, we need both of those entries to be leading diamonds. But maybe something with like, yeah, I guess it's just not possible because you can't catch the fourth diamond then.
No, this seems a little bit hopeless on Declare's end.
I think at this point it's just damage control. He's trying to, to hold digits down two or three
Yeah,
instead of down a million.
yeah, it probably makes sense. I mean, if that was the case, I probably would have tried cashing the Diamond Ace King, just in case someone pitched from a Doubleton Diamond here. But
Yeah.
obviously, he's a little bit disappointed with the final contract reached, especially when he sees five clubs. Looks like a pretty great spot, and six clubs could easily be making.
Yeah, I'm still not sure. I didn't look at the play record, how they did make six clubs. Did they just lead a heart away from the king of trick one? No, they let a diamond. Oh, I see, but they let a diamond, so now they can just set up a diamond to bitch a heart. Yeah.
Well, it looks way more natural to set up the heart suit.
Right. Yeah. Right, they let a heart to the queen, and eventually, with hearts 3-3, had plenty of tricks.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so of course, driver here, may still be worried about Declare having six hearts, where like there's some holding where this game is actually makeable. Of course, we can see that it's a disaster for Declare.
I think he'll end up discarding because even when Declare has six hearts, his partner can still rough this trick, and then he'll be left with the Jack Doubleton as a remaining defensive trick.
Yeah, although partner could be following to this trick, and then we don't want Declare to score a cheap third round of clubs here.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, driver was the one with Queen Doubleton of clubs.
Yeah, and I assume Brink gave count, but I wasn't watching.
It still feels like a weird way to play the club suit if Declare didn't have nine of them.
Yeah, so Brink did give true count. He played low high. Yeah, and as you say, if Declare had well, I guess Declare could have three without the 10. Well, then it would take them as, yeah, so I think North does know the South is out of clubs now for both reasons.
Yeah, but I mean, from driver's perspective, something is not adding up, and that isn't
Right.
always like the first instinct as defender. I don't believe is to think that Declare is in a terrible contract. Most of the time, you try and come up with like a
Right.
reasonable layout of the cards that Declare could be like in a contract. It's close. It's a fight. You're fighting for that fourth defensive trick, and so driver's probably going to come at it from that perspective, but this whole Declare has roughed, has led a heart to the queen, it lost, and now has like gone after a side suit when you can just easily rough this trick. That feels like something weird is happening. So driver's taking a minute to like try and figure out what that weird thing is.
I mean, I think on this bidding, it's more likely than not that they're in a terrible contract because he's seen the dummy only has Queen Doubleton of Hearts. He's seen Declare start trumps and then abandon them. I think there's a pretty good indication that it was a 5-2 trump.
Okay, so he does discard.
Like, I think if it was a 6-2, Declare would have continued with his plan of just cashing the Ace of Hearts. So when he abandons the suit after two taps, I think the actual holding is pretty likely. So now South is just going to continue the good work here and Declare correctly, pitches here rather than tap himself out to single trump. Now he can take a tap in the west hand.
And I suspect we'll see a low diamond from north. That seems like the safest play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and thoughtful of south to leave north on lead after this trick.
So there is the low diamond. Declarer does get to rise ace. Cash the ace of hearts.
Yeah, and then I think we'll see a club, and that'll be down 2, right?
Yep.
They'll lose a diamond in the trump.
So there's a club. North can ruff, play a spade, tapping east out, and eventually the jack of diamonds will take the last trick.
Yes, this will be a very disappointing lose 14 to east and west here, who are going to think that this result was unfortunate but somewhat normal.
So Zimmerman strikes back, and they get the better of that deal because slam swings are better than game swings.
Yeah, and I do not really fault West for the choice he made.
No, it seems reasonable. Whoa!
Here, but
Okay, I haven't realized if this is a crazy result or not a crazy result, but let's try and unpack this.
I mean, there was if you remember, it was quite a few years ago, about 10 years ago, might have been the Memphis Vanderbilt, who, the one, it was the Amoyles team won it, as I recall, and there was a hand in the second half, maybe in the last segment, where it was push at 7 diamonds, double down 1 off the ace of trumps.
No, it was win 2 for Amoyles.
They doubled at one table but not the other.
And I remember there was a giant bridge winners post about why would Joe Grew not double with the ace of trumps or something like that, and it was
the answer
something to that effect, but no one got it.
Yeah, so his partner was going to be on the lead against 7 no trumps, which to me is not worth 2 imps if they
you also
do
just don't expect your teammates to push the result at 7 diamonds off the trump ace.
That's right. If they're in 6 diamonds off the ace of trumps, then the double doesn't even get any imps.
All right, so board 12 here. 2 spade opener from north. East makes a somewhat light takeout double, but I mean very reasonable, especially at these colors. 4 card hearts.
It's not even that light, right? It's a 12 count with a singleton and 4 hearts.
And West, as a passed hand, I think is going to be happy to try and compete somewhere. Okay, here's where the fun begins, right? So South has bid 4 clubs. Oftentimes people will play this as some sort of key card for the preemptor. I don't know if that's what they're doing here. I'm going to take...
It's alerted as a splinter, and that would have been a self-alert, presumably, so...
Oh, it's alerted as a splinter. Okay. West bids 4 diamonds. I think West's plan is probably to bid 4 diamonds and then to bid clubs over whatever the opponent's bid. West is prepared to bid 6 clubs here.
I'm looking at the auction at the other table, and I am very surprised they got to this contract. I'm not looking at the auction. And also, by the way, very surprised West doubled.
Okay. Fair. Let's stay here for a minute. Well, I'm not looking at the auction at the other table yet. So 4 clubs has now been corrected to clubs and spades. Is that believable? I mean, South has 6 of them.
Well, I think one player alerted it as a splinter and the other player alerted it as that. So I think that what we're seeing is different explanations.
Oh my. Okay, so that more explains West's 4 diamond bid. Because I was thinking West was going to just bid diamonds and then bid clubs and say, I feel like competing in both of these suits, but...
Well, I think we can be pretty sure that Brink was the one who explained it as a singleton, both because he has it, but because it popped up immediately before the trade would even have been passed, so that Driver could see it and explain it to his screenmate. So yeah, and then it went to Driver, and Driver said it's clubs and spades.
So how How is six
So this
clubs, by the
obviously would
way?
be
Because or seven clubs. I'm sorry.
um, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's an
Yeah, which
800
feels
save.
pretty good. I was suggesting that Mano would be happy saving six clubs over five spades, so I guess by that metric, he would be happy saving seven clubs over six spades. Um, and
Yeah, and I think if you're sitting there west, like you have an ace that's almost certainly cashing and a partner who made a takeout double, forcing to the 3 level. I think West is just hoping that North South got a little too
yeah, I
high.
am wondering though, maybe we'll see a director call if this explanation has not come through correctly, but
Yeah, I think there's no question that Mono and
yeah.
DeFranco were given different information.
Well, anyway, so North South do get to six spades. Now I'm going to take a look at what happened in the other room. I don't. Did you fill us in?
Just that I'm surprised at both the final North South decision and West decision to double. Because I think you'll see the auction, but given the way the auction timed out for North South, I think West had to be worried that the Ace of Hearts wasn't cashing. So South doubled 7 clubs, saying, partner, I don't have a forcing pass to invite 7, and North bid 7 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that.
So I think in that context, I would not be confident that I had a heart winner if I were West. But maybe I would be confident that when I didn't have a heart winner, a partner had a club winner.
Yeah, very interesting auction. I mean, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but East West did get to the good 7 club save. And then North South eventually ended up pushing on to 7 spades, which was the incorrect decision.
Yeah. Yeah, 7 clubs would be 12 imps better than defending 6 spades. 800 versus 1430.
So Declare tries to sneak a heart trick through for the over trick here. Not successful. And
I think Bring a Driver certainly will be very happy to have bid and made this kind of slam.
yeah, I mean, they might expect it to be a push because it like South's hand opposite a preempt. Once they find one key card in the trump queen, it looks pretty cold for 12 tricks.
Yeah, right. I mean, they might think that there's some chance it's only, that it's a push or that it's a 12 imp pickup versus the save, but they're never going to think that it's 17 imps.
So back-to-back big results for Zimmerman, slam decisions, and now they have a 23 imp lead. A 33 imp
10.
lead, as I was saying. I was getting there. North passes. We get this looks like their 2 diamond opener from Mano and DeFranco, showing 18 to 19 balanced from East.
Yeah, Hollander pointing out that when partner opens a week 2, the value of showing a splinter is possibly not that great.
Oh, there was. Okay, this is not the time to tell stories about conversations with Joel Wooldridge, but we had a long conversation about splinters opposite week 2s at one of the U.S. team trials.
I take it that he's on Team Splinter.
Well, he was after I convinced him. He gave me a hand. He gave me a hand, and I was like, I would splinter, and he's like, oh, that gets you to a cold slam.
Yeah, well, look at him now. He's not playing high level bridge. So what did you do?
I'm sorry, Joel. I didn't mean to.
Come back. So 3 diamonds showing his exact pattern. That's
yeah,
a
5
nice
or more
gadget
hearts.
here.
4 spades, or 5 hearts and 4 spades. East finding the heart fit, and it looks like East West are probably going to settle into 4 hearts. Would be my guess.
Yeah, I think West certainly, is going to make one little try here, but then give up. If partner had no queen of diamonds, but, you know, compress those two minor two queens into the ace of clubs, they might actually make six spades. And they still need the hearts to come in.
Yeah, it's certainly close.
Yeah, it's a little aggressive, but, the hand does exist, so understandable that West would, at least make a little noise.
Yeah. So.
And also, I think three hearts probably didn't guarantee as good support as he has, right?
Right.
Probably just showed
so
three
East
hearts.
has now queued 4 diamonds, exposing the club weakness. I was going to say if East just signs off in 4 hearts, which I think would be probably not the right decision when West is still a little bit unlimited given that 3 spade bid, then South would have a difficult opening lead choice. A diamond would obviously allow Declare to pitch one of the club losers, but here I think South is going to get off to the club lead.
Yeah, and here I think East 4 diamond bid is totally mandatory. West is unlimited, and West is not denied a club control. He would always just make his cheapest move over 3 hearts.
Yeah, so we'll see if Brink kind of reads into that in the auction and leads clubs. I think a lot of the times these aborted slam auctions frequently mean that the opponents don't have a control in some suit, and so you have to figure out which one that is.
Yeah. Yeah, and this certainly sounds like, that East-West have pinpointed clubs as a weak spot for them. So if it goes club, I think it'll be the same. 420, declare all cash. Yep. 1 trump, see the bad break, and then be able to pick up the rest of them. Maybe it'll even start club, North, hoping against hope that he can weaken the offensive trump holding, given the queen 10-4.
Yeah, it's somewhat reasonable to attempt that.
Yeah, he's looking at the ace king of spades and dummy, and he knows the ace of diamonds is an East since he's looking at the king and dummy as well. Kind of a classic rough slough position.
Other table does make 4 hearts on this hand. Looks like they also lost the same tricks.
Along the lines I suggested 2 rounds of clubs, then eventually ace of hearts and pick up the trump suit. Yeah, so he does go for the rough slough, which when there's no side losers or, very unlikely to be any side losers, and you have good trumps is usually a reasonable strategy.
Yeah, so Declare is probably not going to think too hard about this. And
he has to be. He can afford to take the tap in the 4-card hand, but he's better off if he takes it in the 5-card hand.
Yeah, I don't think it matters either way, because Declare is going to be able to cash the ace of hearts and then cross over to West's hand to lead trumps towards the king 9 remaining.
Yeah, and probably cross to a diamond. It won't really matter, but just for a little bit of safety since he has more space than diamonds.
Well, now that we've taken the tap in the long trump hand, it's safe to go heart to the ace, low heart to the jack, and then cross in diamonds and take the heart finesse.
Yeah, and in fact, that's totally safe because North will be in, so whatever North leads is an entry to the West hand.
Even another club is going to work fine. We can just take the tap in West's hand again.
Right. Take the finesse and claim, yep. So nicely played by DeFranco.
Yeah, 2 boards to go in the set, but Zimmerman, of course, being up by 23 plus 3 or plus 10 is means that Street has a lot of work to catch up. But they had a big comeback yesterday against Fleischer in the 4th quarter that we saw.
Yeah, huge.
All right, Craig. So I'm going to crash the party since you crashed mine.
Yeah, no, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, Ralph. How you doing?
Welcome to the table.
I'm good.
I said welcome to the table.
What's that?
Mark, you and Rob are.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been commentating at the
Yeah,
other table.
And Mark,
So-
I believe you and Rob are occasional teammates. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did like a year or two ago. We played on some teams together.
Yeah, he mentioned it to me. So you can fill us in on what was happening in the other room on these last couple of deals.
Yeah, so it was a baseball. Oh, let me introduce myself. Those who don't know, I've been commentating at the other table. I'm Mark Chen from Washington, D.C. area. I knew Craig in the 90s when he lived around here. And Rob lives around here also, so I see him occasionally at tournaments.
Yes, yeah, Rob and I have not really been introducing ourselves.
No, it's okay. Everyone knows
this
us.
week.
It's fine. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yes. Yeah. Although I did have James Holzhauer commentating with me. They all know him, too.
Who's that?
Anyway, it was a baseball game. The first 9 boards, it was 6-1. But board 10, the street team had a 2-heart Polish 2 available. 5-5 hearts and a minor.
Yeah, which could have been defeated too, but West had a pretty normal spade lead.
Right. Yeah, they typically lead the unbid major in that auction because Leclerc has shown a major and a minor. You don't know which minor, but you know they don't have the major.
Right. We were talking about it here that the danger of a lead like the Ace of Clubs is it'll so often blow up Leclerc's second suit.
Right.
So Kowski gets our sympathy, but no imps.
And then on the next board, they did great to get the 6.
Yeah, the next 2 boards were pretty unbelievable.
And then on 12, the Zimmerman team had already did well to find a 7 club save, which South had doubled, probably to discourage partner from bidding grand. But if partner had the Ace of Hearts instead of the King of Hearts, then grand is there, but then he might have passed 7 clubs instead of doubled 7 clubs.
And I was saying that I thought it was a little risky for West to double on the strength of the Ace of Hearts because when North overrules South and pulls 7 spades, it sure sounds like that Ace of Hearts isn't a winner.
So anyway,
here we are in a normal-looking, not so normal-looking. It was a mere 1-no trump at the other table, making 3. West has chosen to invite with his 8 count.
Yeah,
game.
So this is going to be good for the street team. At our table, at the other table, it went 1-no trump all pass, and they made 9 tricks.
I think non-vulnerable. I think that would be, and I guess West knows if he catches a 4-card spade suit that 4 spades might be playable, but I think non-vulnerable pass would be a pretty popular choice on the West cards. I think Mono's invite here is awfully aggressive. Quite possibly successful given the 9 tricks we're taking.
He's got the 10 of diamonds. That card's not nothing. The 10 of hearts is probably okay, opposite the 4-card heart suit.
Well, he doesn't know about the 4-card heart suit at the time that he bids.
I think if he catches partner with not 4 hearts, his hand is a lot worse for no trump, though. So.
Right. Well, some of the time it'll be 4 spades, and then it's pretty good for spades.
I think he has 2 ways in which his hand improves, and this is one of them. Although obviously not as good as finding spade fit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, this is kind of one thing we were talking about, as far as, how many imps are swung. Here, both passing and inviting are very reasonable decisions, and you can't really fault either, but it's going to result in a large number of imps changing hands one way or another.
So, at the other table, South led a 8 of spades, which didn't hurt Declare. That gave him 3 spade tricks right away.
Yeah, so now what did North do? It's not so clear that he wants to win that trick, I think.
Oh, you know what? I was chatting with Greg. Since they're only in 1-no trump, I actually...
Yeah.
I did social hour with Greg, my co-caster.
Yeah, see, so North just won and tried shifting to a club.
I can look it up.
His partner had stronger clubs and nothing worked. Declare just ran the 10 of hearts. Yeah, so Declare now... Let's see. And this is much more awkward for him,
I was thinking
right?
Declare might do this, lead a low heart towards the 10, because this is going to set up 4 heart tricks. The only way that you score 5 heart tricks is if it's king third on side exactly, and that's less than 20% of the time. So this at least guarantees 4, and with the 1 diamond, that's 5. 2 clubs gets us up to 7. The ace of spades gets us up to 8. We only need 1 other trick elsewhere.
Yeah, and there's only 2 ways to get to dummy. One is the ace of spades, which is pretty unappealing, and the other is to start clubs, and then the defense can duck clubs twice and now have a long club winner guaranteed. So I think that, this is a very sensible play from
my suspicion is that he'll probably play on diamond. So he'll try and set up clubs for extra tricks, and then he's likely to play diamonds up towards the queen and hope to guess them for his 9th trick.
Well, South has to play something here, which, is likely to be a black suit, and whatever it is, I'll help
a club
also.
Doesn't really help declare.
No, I guess that's true. And if it goes club, he can win and dummy and lead a spade toward the queen 10, planning to guess it, and it turns out...
Well, I suspect North will declare the possibility of winning the queen of clubs.
Yeah.
So I think on a club switch, declare should probably put up the queen and dummy, because if South is leading away from the club ace, then at least that will give him his entry before the clubs get knocked out. He can lead spades up. Okay, so we do see the 9 of clubs.
Well, he can also... And he can plan to win the king of clubs and then play the 7 and also...
Well, no,
get
the
his
problem
entry
is you have to
onside.
run hearts when you get in hand with the clubs. So this is why queen of clubs now looks a little bit better.
Right, good point. Yeah, he can also plan to play a diamond after cashing the hearts and hope that he can read the opening lead and guess whether to...
I think that's ultimately going to be his plan. So my suspicion is maybe queen of clubs, North wins the ace and backs a club, and declare can win, cash some hearts, pitch 2 spades and a diamond from West, and lead a diamond up towards the queen 10. That feels like the line of play to me.
And then plan to take 1 spade and 4 hearts for 5, 2 diamonds for 7, and 2 clubs for 9.
That seems reasonable. I guess alternatively, North is going to have to make a lot of discards on the hearts, and that might give something away.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, just want to pop in here and say hello. So thanks for commentating, and looking forward to an exciting fourth quarter. Take care.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, see you as always, Mark.
All right. So,
Mark and I, when we lived in D.C., often also played on teams with Mark Umeno, who now lives in the Pacific Northwest and I think has largely given up bridge. But we were kind of all in the same early 20s age cohort then.
Yeah, as you had mentioned the other day. I guess as you had mentioned, and we were talking about with Larry, DC used to be kind of this bustling place for a lot of bridge players. I mean, it kind of still is, but New York is, I think, more of the popular location nowadays on the East Coast.
Yeah, one of the great things about DC, of course, you know this, they had weekly Thursday night games in both Silver Spring, Maryland, and Northern Virginia that every expert in the area played every week. So instead of having to wait and go to a regional or the national to play against top flight competition, you could play against Robinson Boyd every week. Les Bard, who I ended up playing with a lot, Ron Sukonic, like all these top level experts were religiously at these games. So you could really, if you were a young player, like get experience against top flight experts week after week. So I think that's one of the things that made that area really strong in bridge was just so many opportunities for, sort of flight A and aspiring flight A players to get to play in a game like that all the time. Anyway, North now is, probably feeling a little discouraged
Yeah,
about
I
his
mean, we're
prospects at
proceeding
this
very
point.
slowly. Like, North might still feel okay. Declare can misguess diamonds, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, Declare also could just have weaker spades.
yeah, maybe that's what North is thinking about, right? Because East had 16. I mean, we kind of know East has 16 ish. They accepted an invite. But
Hmm. I guess that's true. He can't really have weaker spades when we're looking at the jack, because otherwise we're at 16 points.
North doesn't know about the 5-2 heart fit. He might think East only has 4.
Um, yeah, so Brink played a middle spot and then the king, but that might have been a Smith signal.
Although, I guess in that case, South
And I think
hasn't
given,
led from a 5 card heart suit. Like, maybe he wouldn't on this auction because East has showed 4, but still.
yeah, that's a good point too. But I think, north south are an upside down signal pair, so that middle spot presumably was not
No.
count. It's actually also not, I mean, it's not clear. Well, I guess it's a reverse Smith signal, that his diamonds aren't great, but like we know that looking at the Queen 10 third and dummy or Queen 10 fourth originally, um, maybe at that point it's, since Smith is useless, it becomes a zoo preference signal. So the middle spot is the neutral message there.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be the case as well. I So I think from North's perspective, okay, what if South doesn't have the diamond ace? That has to be what North is thinking about now, right? If East has the diamond ace, how many tricks does
Right.
he have? He has 2 more hearts, at least the ace jack of hearts. He has 2 more clubs, the king jack of clubs. He has 2 more diamonds.
Right. The nine of clubs presumably shows no
I think
honoring
South
clubs
could
from
have
from
Jack
South.
9 third, but if
Hmm.
well, okay, yeah. So if East has 2 more hearts, 2 more
Right.
clubs, 2 more diamonds, and the ace of spades, that's 7 tricks. I think North has to play his partner for the diamond ace, otherwise Declare just has his contract made.
No. So what if though? What if South had your hypothetical Jack nine third of clubs and the Queen of Spades, and East had the Ace of Diamonds? I think that's all possible and consistent. And then Declare does only have 8 tricks.
Uh,
Maybe then he always only has 8 tricks, but that would be an 8 trick
no, it's
layout.
still 7 tricks. I mean, because Declare has 3 hearts, right? He'll have 3 heart cashers, the king of clubs, 2.
No, but in the universe where East does only have an initial Fulcrum heart holding,
Yes, in that case,
so then it would be one spade. From here, it would be one spade and 2 hearts, and 2 diamonds and 1 club
right,
is only
okay. So
6.
in that case, though, it still looks like returning a club is best, yeah?
Returner Club works on that layout, yes, because on that layout, South now has a remaining Jack Doubleton of clubs, and Declare will need to eventually concede the lead in spades.
But Driver's obviously thinking about layouts where leading a spade is right. So that's what I'm trying to construct. Like, when is it right for Driver to lead a spade here?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
not just right, but necessary.
It kind of looks to me like leading a club guards against every layout that we've thought of.
Yeah, so what if East had one more club and one fewer spade? Would that make any difference here?
Uh,
Or one more club and one fewer heart, let's say, since I think to have any chance, we need to declare only to have 2 heart winners.
I mean, it still doesn't look like playing a spade is good for our side.
No, and then I think declare would actually always have a make if he guessed it because he could finesse us out of our 10 of
Yes.
clubs. Yeah, like that 9 of clubs would have been quite revealing. So I think Declare, given the opportunity,
Yeah,
probably
very
would pick it off.
possible that Declare would pick off the partners like 7 Doubleton or whatever it is, 9-7 Doubleton.
Mhm. Well, yeah, not 7 Doubleton because we're seeing
Yeah,
7 here,
okay,
but
yeah,
yeah,
9-6 Doubleton. That's the one.
right. Yeah, like lead the 8 to squash it.
Yeah, I don't know. This has felt like a long think to me, and it's I can't come up with a reason to not play clubs back.
Yeah, and obviously, as we've seen time and again, one thing that often happens on these hands is North knows it's overwhelmingly likely that 3-0 is cold, but he's going to sit there as long as he needs to just see if there's any possible layout. And eventually he'll decide that there isn't one, I think, but if there's any chance to save 10 imps
Yeah,
here,
well, I
he's
think
going
we
to take
came
it.
up with that possibility where if we give South the Jack of Clubs, for example, then
Right. And actually, there is maybe a slight inference. He does play the club. There may be a slight inference that he did only start with a 4 card hard holding, which is he could have accepted the 2-0 game try
yeah,
by bidding 3 hearts.
that's a good point as well. Okay, so North pitches a spade. We haven't talked a little bit about the discards North is making because we're kind of waiting for.
Yeah, you just mentioned he had to find a lot of them, but we didn't really try to
Yeah,
analyze
so
it.
I think if North starts pitching clubs here, that might give the show away, and that actually could. Okay, so he does start pitching clubs. I mean, it looks natural to pitch clubs from North's perspective because he doesn't know if he needs to hold on to diamonds, and he should hold on to spades. Um, but I think this might give away the show that Declare can actually play spade to the ace spade back and use the jack of clubs to get back to the stranded spade winner in his hand without.
Yeah, and not
Yeah,
worry about a potential diamond misguess. I mean, also, isn't one possibility cash this, play spade to the ace, and then decide whether to come to the jack of clubs and lead a diamond or play another spade immediately?
Um,
Like, you may be able to stepping stone the queen of
well, you
diamonds.
could, but that's only if the diamonds are as you see. So, like, flip the north and south hands, and then north could get in with the diamond ace when you do that. And because you've abandoned the ace of spades, they put a spade through at the end. So,
Right.
yeah, I think
Yeah, that's
Declare
true.
probably will pitch a diamond here and then decide what he wants to do. But if North throws another. Okay, North throws a diamond. South has also pitched a spade, though. It's starting to sound to me as if the opponents have both come down to doubleton spade. So we effectively have 2 ways to win if we lead spades now. Either North has the king and just gets end played and we don't have to worry about guessing diamonds, or South wins the king and puts a low diamond through and now we can guess the diamond suit to make the contract. But no, he plays a diamond up and flies queen. Well done. 9 tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, so continuing, or sorry, getting a few back to street for bidding making a game. So I guess there'll be 6 imps.
Yeah, the non-vulnerable
Streets way, is that
games
right?
are not worth quite as many imps, unfortunately. But 1 board to play in the set.
Yeah, still narrows the margin to 27, or as you would say,
Yes.
23 and 4 more.
That'll catch up to me soon enough, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a fairly quiet board to finish with. 3-0 bid a mate in the other room. Looks like kind of a natural 1-0, 3-0 auction. North might stick in a bid here, but I think vulnerable against not with 5-4 and weak suits.
I agree.
Most players would not.
I don't think North is likely to bid here over a no trump by West.
Yeah, quick pass.
And I don't think there's much the defense can do to give Declare a problem, because North will definitely lead his long heart suit.
Yeah, Declare will run that to his hand, hoping the jack is on side, and there's not. They can play a club through. But there's not even any danger if he misguesses.
Right. I mean, it's possible South even switches to the Queen of Clubs in case his partner had Ace Jack 10.
Right. It's true, since South has no further entry, so East has bid 3 clubs Puppet Stamen, looking for a 5-3 major suit if he has one, and when West denies having a 5-card suit, 3-0 is the normal spot.
Yeah, Al pointing out the little difference in no trump ranges for this East-West partnership. They play a variety based on seed and vulnerability, so this one was only 14 to 16, but East, despite only having 9 opposite the 14 to 16 range, has a nice 5-card diamond suit that he expects might take some tricks.
Yeah, and also, if he does find a 5-card major in the West hand, now his hand is clearly worth a game force. But if he only bids 2 clubs Stamen, he doesn't find out if West has a 5-card major or a 4-card major for his 2 of a major bid. So between the valuation and and the information, 3 clubs seems pretty clear. Yeah, so now Declare is just going to take the next 8 tricks at least, and that's probably going to be it.
I mean, good defense by South to prevent the over trick, although with Declare actually having running diamonds as well as those nice spades, it does not prevent the contract from making.
Yeah. Right, and obviously South can also hope that North had the king of diamonds that Declare would need to finesse, and the contract's actually beatable by setting up the hearts.
Yeah, anyway, so that was a quick last board to conclude the segment. Street... Yeah. Well, it looks like Zimmerman ended up winning the segment by 9 imps. So congrats to them. They're now ahead by 23 plus 4 going into the 4th quarter of play. Craig and I will be back shortly when that quarter resumes for the final session of commentary for the Soloway Knockout Finals.
Yeah, and I have confirmation there will be voice commentary in both rooms. Mark Chen will be returning. Not sure who's joining him. So yeah, we'll see you back in 15-ish minutes, maybe a little less.
All right, chat. I am back with you for a little while. Oof. Well, that was rough. We got ambushed. We got ambushed a little bit, at least. Here we are, though. So what was the prediction? Zimmerman by 9. Did we have any votes? Oh. Yeah, we just don't have enough people showing up early in the stream, I guess, to vote. Wait a second. What is... Someone wagered 3 points? Did someone actually wager 3 points? That's funny. You voted with your feet. Maybe you were the one who wagered 3 points. Let's see. Craig is asking me what table. 3 points to win 1K were pretty good odds. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have enough votes. I don't know if people are actually allowed to vote if they just come into the stream and a prediction's already running. Because I started it up and we only had like 6 viewers at the time. But we can try again for the 4th segment. So what is Zimmerman ahead? 23 plus 4? I think Zimmerman's gonna win. Spoiler alert. Oh, but that's good because I score 69 in the bridge winners bracket. Yeah, let's see. Where am I? I'm down here. Actually, I'm not doing too bad. Well, there's a lot of people below me. Oh, there's also a lot of incompletes. But look at this. I am one of the few that can score the perfect 69. We're scoring the same? Oh, is this you? Nice. Very nice. Yeah, there are 4 of us here. Okay, so do all of these players have Zimmerman winning? Yes. We have Zimmerman over Fleischer. Wow, wait, what was that bracket? This is literally just all of the top seeds, isn't it? We have the 1 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, the 4 seed. Oh no, I guess Zimmerman's not the 4 seed, but everyone knows that Zimmerman's actually the 1 seed in our hearts. There are a couple of upsets in this guy's bracket. Okay. Only a fool would back non-Zimmerman. Didn't the first place guy pick Street to win? No, they picked Zimmerman, but Zimmerman over Street, so they're crushing it. What about Ping Hu? Also picked Zimmerman, so we're gonna get 4 69s. The mid-round reseeding. Oh yeah, no, it looks really weird. Because on the scoreboard, they have like this thing where they say like 2, but originally 7, or 1, but originally 5. That is kind of silly. I don't like that. I'm now scrolling bridge winners like in the old days. Are there any exciting things on bridge winners? There was a nice article. Did you write the article? Oh, this one? Color Me Evolved. Well, we gotta hit the like button on this. I mean, it has to be talking about us because, like, seem to not be giving us time to think of it as kibitzers. That's totally me. I just go on random tangents about nothing. It's my style, though. I think it's better commentary. Are tables up? Tables are up. Who do you think will win the blue ribbons? I don't know. Klukovsky? Oh, is it Klukovsky? You know what? Not my problem. Okay, I'm gonna wait for nameplates. Craig has told me I'm pronouncing the Polish names wrong. That's not a surprise. I pronounce everyone's name wrong. All right, Kalita Kluk. Here we go.
In just a moment for this final segment of the 2023 Soloway Knockout. I guess we haven't been introducing ourselves. I'm Craig Ganser. I live mostly in New York City. I'm currently on the West Coast business.
Yeah, hey, Rob Brady. Craig, nice hat, by the way. I think you're taking after Danny Sprung. Is that the idea?
I My hair is getting a little long, yeah. Actually wearing 2 sets of college gear. It's a Williams College hat. You can see the cow, and it's a little frosty in here, so I put on a Williams College sweatshirt.
Ah, nice. Representing.
There's a few of us in the bridge world. Chris Lincoln, most prominently.
Gotcha.
So we've got a quick auction to 4 hearts here. A heart, a spade, 2 hearts, an east, with a reasonable hand for a 6-2 heart fit, and not a reasonable hand for 3-no with the week-long suit, just raises to game.
Right. I am going to pull up convention cards for the players.
Yep. So West, once East bids a spade, is 2 heart, guarantees a 6-card suit, so East is confident they have a playable fit. So they could have beaten this off the top via spade rough, but that's basically impossible for North to lead, I think. And of course, he's got a trump trick anyway, so that doesn't look like it's going to be necessary.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't expect players to go searching for a rough when they have a trump trick. Queen third is a little bit of an unusual holding, where sometimes if you end up getting a rough, declarer will take a finesse into your queen later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen that several times this week. Here, right, he knows with the length on his right that declarer's natural finesse is going to be into him, even if he's had like ace 10 doubleton of hearts. Heart to the ace, heart back is just the natural way to play the suit.
So declarer looks like they are going to take the trump hook.
Yeah, and now they may find the rough now. Like now looking at those weak spades and dummy, the ace of spades maybe is possible. Maybe not. Like he knows that there's no pitches available.
I'm trying to get caught up on the very first trick. The 5 of diamonds went to the 9 and king. North knows that West has very strong diamonds. Because...
Right. Looking at the 10, he knows that West has all of the
and
king,
so
queen,
I think
jack.
for that reason, North is going to realize that it's futile to continue diamonds, which otherwise looks like maybe his most attractive way to try and set up tricks. So he'll either look for the spade rough, which is going to work out, or he might switch to a club, hoping to set up some clubs before his ace of spades gets dislodged.
Yeah, I mean, from declarer's point of view, he wishes he could have concealed how strong his diamonds are, but he just can't. Whichever diamond he wins is going to tell at least one defender what's going on. And maybe I North also, like, presumably North is not going to think that West has 3 spades, because West on some hold, I guess not with 6 hearts, like some of the time West might have raised spades.
Yeah, so it looks to me, if the ace of clubs cashes, that's pretty safe. Because we'll get a signal, and then we'll know when to switch.
Yeah, I think the danger is that West could have queen third of clubs, but that's kind of remote.
Yeah, but in that scenario, aren't we just never beating this contract?
Well, no, because we've got a trump trick, and then we could take 2 clubs and the ace of spades, because declarer won't have any way to set up a place for his long club.
Oh, I thought declarer could set up spades in that scenario to pitch a club.
I mean, how, right? If he has, let's say, singleton king of spades or singleton queen of spades, he just doesn't have dummy entries to do it.
Opening bid?
Right, on that layout, declarer would be 1
so
6
let's see.
3
Stiff
3.
king jack 6, king queen jack, and queen third. Yeah, I guess it's possible.
Yeah, so maybe a diamond is sensible here just because it's safe against those layouts. Of course, this time I think declarer could just win, draw trumps, and lead a club up to the king and make it. No, he'd still be down. There's just nowhere for the this is just always going down, right? There's just nowhere for any of his losers.
It's all a matter of whether or not North gets the spade rough for the second under trick.
Yeah, but that's the down 2 trick.
Okay, I mean, I'm a little surprised by this 3 of diamond continuation, just because we kind of said we've worked out West has to have these strong diamonds. But
yeah, but that makes it 100%
it's definitely safe
too.
And
if North had if West had King Doubleton of spades, we'd beat it because he'd have to lead to the king. If North had the hypothetical 6-3-3-1 we talked about,
wait a second,
we get 2 club tricks. Although on that hand,
wait a second,
10 here
because so North is trying to guard against all of these possible layouts and like clubs and spades, but now I don't think he can anymore.
Yeah, so if he plays small, Declare still has a spade problem though, right? Because the 10 of spades, I mean, he would have to still guess to pick off the ace doubleton of spades. Otherwise, they can take 3 spades if he tries to.
He might still go down even if he's allowed to steal this king of clubs, but this is a scary spot for North, who I think was trying to avoid this guess by just exiting in diamonds passively.
I think he's probably going to go down, right? Like, the winning line would be win the king, ruff a club, and then play a spade toward the jack and not the 9.
Yeah.
That's pretty hard.
Well, Kalita goes up with the club ace, and now no matter what the defense does, they will eventually come to 2 spade tricks in the end. And I actually think I like this play a lot because West, not all declarers would realize that this is like some weird position that North could be in on this trick. And so if West really had queen third of clubs, I mean, would they really be leading a club to the king right now at this point in the play? Probably not.
Right, probably you would just exit with a spade. Because also, if you had a spade honor, you could exit with a spade, and maybe the defense would be legitimately unplayed.
I think for that reason, or at least that could be one reason, Kalita decided to fly ace of clubs. And now he's gone ace of spades, spade.
Right. A little interesting, too, right? Because if West was... Maybe Klukowski has signaled count effectively, because if West was 2-6-3-2 with king doubleton of spades, he could just exit a club and wait for the player to
I'm pretty
lead a
sure
spade
that
to the
9
king.
of clubs by Klukowski.
Told all, probably.
Yeah, 9 of clubs, 8 of clubs by Klukowski. Like, here are all of my high club spots.
I see. So it's upside down count, standard remainder count.
And
North knows everything.
Please go ahead and play the higher ranking suit. This is suit preference.
That too, yeah. Yeah, suit preference as well as possibly remainder count. Good points. All right, so possibly a little excitement here with this huge distributional hand in East and West having also a lot of distribution and in exactly the way that East doesn't want him to.
Yeah, so funnily enough, in the other room, 4 hearts, they did get their spade ruff immediately at trick 1. Ace of spades, spade to the king, spade. North cashed the club ace and just exited. And now Declarer decided there's no way North would go for a ruff with queen third of trumps. He already has this natural trump trick. So he did go ace of hearts finesse and ended up down 2.
Yeah, quite reasonably. So we'll see what happens here. It's probably going to start a club and no trump by South. North will bid Stamen, and then East will have to decide whether he wants to. No, it's not doubles. I was say East will have to decide whether he wants to stick in a 2-heart bid, which I think at that point would probably still be okay. He can get to 3 clubs, but East West can get too high pretty quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, so a club double, a heart by West showing spades, 4 or more spades. North is likely to double this to show hearts, I think. Unless North wants to bid 2 hearts.
Yeah. I kind of like 2 hearts. I feel like it's just, pretty to the point, but I don't know. They may have some agreements about length also for these kind of bids.
Okay, so North passes. This also makes some sense. I think North has a hand where, like,
Yeah.
if his partner has a big balanced hand, he wants to penalize the opponents. And one heart being unplayable for East-West, he knows that he gets another chance to act.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, 2 clubs.
Yeah, I think the danger, right? I guess there's not even really a danger that 2 spades comes back to him because he's looking at 4 of them and his partner has a few of them for his double. So
Right.
East just can't really
Yeah.
have any. So he's pretty sure he can always act at the 2 level. So that does make sense.
Yeah, so East is going to be surprised that the opponents have landed in his 5-card major after opening the bidding. Alert of 2 clubs only denies 3 spades. That's it. I don't think it's anything more special than that.
Yeah, he would have bid 1 spade with 3 and more spades with more. Yeah, so kind of an interesting choice of leads. I think, King of Clubs just a stand out, but I wonder if he did give some thoughts to leading
Or
a singleton
Singleton
spade.
Diamond.
I think that's less likely. Spades at least his partner's suit, and South is marked with a spade strength, so you might take your one shot to lead through to whatever partner has. Dislodging the ace of diamonds doesn't seem like a great plan to me.
Yeah, I wonder if a trump was tempting.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you have 5 of them, so a tap could be profitable, but north south are often going to be in a playable trump fit, so stopping some roughs when you have a lot of high cards could work.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the King of Clubs holds trick 1.
Yeah, so East now is going to know that despite how good it looked before he made the opening lead, this is not great for him. He's looking at 4 tricks in dummy. North has some heart length.
Yeah, as you had mentioned, oftentimes if you have trump length, tapping the opponents is a reasonable defense. But also if you have some trump length, sometimes trying to prevent them from scoring a ton of roughs in both hands is also a reasonable defense. Well, East has continued clubs. He knows for a fact that, either Declare has made like a horrible mistake by not winning the first trick with the ace of clubs, or this was the club layout. So he knew that it was safe to continue the queen of clubs. 10 of diamonds run around to the ace. And now if East continues his job of planning on tapping North's hand, he'll continue a 3rd club here. I wonder if West roughs.
Yeah, notice, by the way, West has the queen 9 of diamonds, and the 10 was led from dummy, and he did not cover. He obviously was attuned to the danger that East had a singleton honor. Like, it'd be very instinctive. They lead the 10 and we have the 9. It can be instinctive to cover. And
Otherwise Declare would have been able to, Declare could then run the 8.
Right.
But I think West is going to rough this trick with the 10 of hearts.
Right. West, obviously, the danger that he was looking at was that it goes queen, ace, king of diamonds.
Yeah.
If he had made that cover. Yeah, I think, East could have commanded West to rough by leading the 4 of clubs, but there's some chance that West...
Right, yeah, so East doesn't know. And...
Right. He could have led the 7 to, say, partner rough if you can, but also not concede a cheap trick to the 5 of clubs.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, because the 7 of clubs is not high. Now, East probably has 6 clubs for this 2-club rebid, but sometimes without 5 spades and without 3 spades and without a heart stopper, he might just not feel comfortable rebidding a no trump. But I think...
West won't care, right? Either the 10 of hearts, follows partner's plan of roughing to knock something out, or it just wins the trick because North is following.
Yeah, I think though East wanted his partner to rough if he had one of these big spots like the 10, the Jack, maybe the 7, but didn't want his partner to rough with like the deuce or the 3. Because that would kind of expose
possibly.
the heart situation, right? Like West roughs with the 3, and then North over roughs with like the 7, and now North kind of knows what's going on.
Yeah, that's true. It would look very suspicious if, um, it might look like the West had, 5-4 Doubleton or something, because I think the Claire is still not going to be so worried about a 5-1 heartbreak, but it might look like East has King 10-9-8 fourth,
Yeah.
and West has a small Doubleton. Like at this point, Kalita, I think, has no clue at all that hearts are actually breaking as
No,
poorly as they are.
but
He might suspect that they're 4-2 from the bidding and early play, but 5-1 is just not going to be in his worldview anytime soon.
okay, how sure are you of this? Because it looks like diamonds. It looks like East has a stiff diamond.
Kalita's a much better
Okay,
player
okay.
than I am, so I'm not that sure.
Yeah. It looks like East has a stiff diamond. We know about the 6-card club suit. And West's spade pitch would be a little weird from Jack fourth. So it looks like spades are 5-1.
So I'm not sure we do know about the Singleton Diamond at East, though, because again, when West didn't cover, might not East have Ace 9 Doubleton of diamonds?
I think West covers if they're just queen fourth.
Maybe. But, that lack of a cover with the queen on side, I think is also going to make Declare, just a little suspicious, or a little uncertain in general of where he stands.
It looks safe to me to play a spade to the ace and a diamond to the jack. That feels very safe.
Yeah, I was thinking that was probably his natural line to this point as well. Like, whatever he thinks is going on in trumps, his trump suit is now weak enough that he might never
Yeah.
play one.
I mean, he also that spade pitch from West looks so suspicious to me. I think spades are 5-1.
I think he's going to think spades were 5-1 anyway because he knows that West has made this transfer bid with basically no high cards at all. So I think that's a really strong indication that West had a 5-card spade suit.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, and he plays a diamond to the jack and East roughs, Declare is double dummy from here.
Yes, at that point, he'll certainly know the entire hand because East is marked with the King of Hearts, and then he'll be marked with his exact shape. I think he might. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe try the King of Spades, kind of like hoping against hope that it holds. But I guess there's just no reason to. East can never. If East pitches a spade, it's because he's pitching it on a diamond to the jack, and then
Yeah,
that's a trick he could
it
have
looks
roughed
to
anyway.
me like a diamond to the jack is completely fine. If it gets roughed, we can play a spade to the king later.
Out pointing out that in the other room, the contract was briefly 2 hearts, but it was not 2 hearts by North South.
Not nearly as bad as the other day when both tables played 5 clubs on the same hand in opposite directions, but always amusing to have both you and your teammates in the same exact contract at both tables.
Yeah. And not being a hand from Victor Malo's menagerie was incorrect.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think, it's true. Like, Kalita may now be quite suspicious that the actual, despite he's never bidding his heart, he may start to be suspicious this is going on. Yeah, and of course now he's going to know everything.
Yeah, so now DeFranco, I mean, obviously
think
has this...
probably
difficult choice of does he play trumps, which is just going to finesse himself, or does he play clubs, which gives up a rough sluff?
Yeah, and the rough sluff looks, when your only additional tricks are in trumps, the rough sluff is usually a good plan.
Yeah, partner will be able to rough with the 10 of hearts. I mean, it's effectively, I think, all going to come out approximately the same.
Yeah, the East hand is going to get end played eventually to lead away from
so how many tricks
are
we taking at this point as north-south? I mean, definitely at least 6.
So this is the functional equivalent of that rough sluff anyway. Declare can duck this to his queen, but that's the same as leading the 4 clubs and West roughing it. So, he's certainly going to take... I think he's going to take at least 3 more tricks, right? So he'll win this, he'll play a spade or a diamond for lack of anything better to do. East can rough that, but now he's guaranteed to score
I think he's like making this. I don't know how confident I am in that assessment, I believe East is going to get 2 more tricks and that's it. Declare can win the queen here, play a spade, East roughs, a club comes, but Declare's hand is effectively high minus the trump cards, and East is only going to have 3 trumps, but Declare still has the ace.
Yeah, and I guess, it's certainly true that north-south, apart from trumps, have all the side suit winners. So let's see. So heart to the queen, spade to the rough, and now what does East do? So if East plays a club now, which I think is obviously better than a heart, since a heart concedes. A heart lets Declare draw trump and claim, so that's not a good strategy. So we rough, that's our 4th defensive trick. We play a club. Declare
and
takes
North
the tap
pulls 1 trump, hooks the 9 of spades because it's marked, and just starts playing winners, and East eventually will rough with his trump.
I guess that's right. East is down to his last trump, and so is North, and you just play winners until East roughs.
There's nothing the defense can do. Now, that's if Declare has figured out what's going on, and I think he should, and it looks like he has a 100% lock if he just leads a spade up to, he wins the queen of hearts and leads a spade to the king, then he'll get a full count because he's seen East rough the 2nd diamond. He'll then see East show out on the 2nd heart, so he knows for a fact that Trump started 5-1.
Right, he doesn't know about the 5-1 spade break yet, even though he probably strongly suspects it. Right, but if the spades
became folds, now...
Oh, no, he does know. Because he doesn't know that East had 5 hearts. He knows East is something at least 4-1-6, but he doesn't know whether that last card is a spade or a heart.
Spade up towards the king now would give Declare 100% lock, no matter what East distribution is.
Yeah, and I don't even think that unblocking the
I don't think
so
either.
Necessary.
I mean, it's more fancy.
Yeah. Yeah, so now Kalita is going to have a complete readout. Yeah, nicely done by
their teammates in the other room managed to escape for down 1 and 3 clubs, so this is going to be a small pickup to Zimmerman on this board. 2 umps.
Yep. Yeah, I think DeFranco is now going to give this a look to see if there's anything he can do to generate a 6 defensive trick.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be placing his partner with the spade queen, and so he doesn't rough this trick. I mean, this feels like a natural attempt from East, because if you don't want to rough and have Declare play low, and now your partner's queen of spades is gone on one of your natural trump tricks, but now Declare can just take the marked spade finesse. Once again, East effectively is just getting thrown in repeatedly.
Yeah, so I think East will rough this and exit a club, because if he exits a heart, Declare can actually draw trumps and claim.
Prevent the overtrick.
But, yeah.
Or will we see East go down
This would
swinging, just continue pitching clubs until the bitter end? He could actually get himself end played and trumps that way.
Right? Yeah, this will be very disappointing to DeFranco, who started the hand with a strong 5-card trump suit and a king queen and a side ace and a partner who had taken a bid.
Yeah, no, I wonder. I didn't spend a lot of time analyzing the double dummy for whether or not West ruffing with the 10 of hearts earlier would have allowed Declare to do better, or East West to do better.
My instinct is no, because he sort of did the same thing just by following with it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, like you, I don't love using the double dummy solver, but I am going to take a very quick look to see if East had a winning lead. Looks like it could have been beaten after the King of Clubs lead, but I'm not going to go through and figure out what point of the hand.
Tough problem, and obviously East doesn't know the full layout of the cards. But we're on to board 18, so a couple of small swings one way or another on the first two hands. 13 boards to go, and Street's still down by 26. But we've seen a couple of very large double-digit swings in all of the segments going to either team, in fact, which means that...
Yeah, no, it turned out at the point that East ruffed the Jack of Diamonds, he actually did need to play a club and have West ruff with the 10. That was the only winning defense.
That seems very reasonable.
Yeah, often the case on that type of hand. Anyway, here we are on board 18,
so South
as you
opens
say.
a no trump. This is a good 14 to 17. I think they play that in all seats. Let me just take a quick look.
You're right, a good enough 14, I would call that.
I'm reading their card.
I'm looking at the hand.
Have you checked KNR on this one?
So,
do you think it qualifies as 14 even, or is it more like 13.9?
You have 3 jacks, but 2 of them are with your long suit and coordinated. I don't know.
All right, so...
And so 2-no is apparently either minor.
3 clubs is show me your minor. 3 diamonds is it's diamonds.
Yep, so they're having the weak hand declare, but the benefit is they did get to, not just show both minors here, but also have a more complicated 2-level structure. So, something has to give in the system construction, and it's that the strong no trump is going to be dummy. So East may just lead the King of Hearts, with the strength on his left, and that's going to be a little unfortunate. He's not expecting a strong 4-card heart suit in North. Yep. Not that it really mattered. It was finessable anyway, but I think it's going to be a while before he figures out that North-South have a 4-4 heart.
Actually, this might have been one of his only leads to not blow up the contract immediately. Like a spade lead would have allowed Declare to make this.
Oh, because he can pitch his club away.
Yeah, so, I mean, no surprise that East leads from his good King, Queen, third holding in the heart suit. But...
It's true. Declare can run the Jack of Spades now and make it, but that's... Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so if Declare wanted to try and make this at this point, he could have played a spade to the king and then a spade back to the jack, hoping that East had the queen to pitch his club loser. But...
Right. So in fact, I guess for the same reason on a spade lead, West could withhold the queen to avoid that position, although that's, I think, effectively impossible.
Declare has the ace of hearts as an entry. Like, the king of hearts knocked out the ace of hearts entry to the... Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Kind of amusing. I mean, This is the reason why you should lead from your king, queen, thirds, folks. It's only this. Every time you lead from 5 small, you're pickling partner's queen third.
Yeah, so we'll see what East does here. It might be a little tempting to put a low club on the table and
yeah, that's
try to
true.
score 2
This
club
hand
tricks.
has not gone down yet, and
Right, he doesn't know about no, I guess no, he knows about the ace of diamonds, never mind, because West went up with the king. So he knows as long as he doesn't so wait a second. So if he thinks his partner might have ace king doubleton of diamonds, West needs to get a
well,
ruff.
I think West is asking for a ruff.
So maybe the winning defense is ace of clubs, heart. Of course, we can see that nothing matters, but East is going to be, careful to make sure that they untangle the tricks and don't have a disaster here.
It's a low club does matter, because then this contract will make.
Well, low club matters, but East knows that he can always just beat it if the ace of clubs cashes.
Well, he doesn't know his partner has a heart void.
Oh, that's right, because he doesn't know about the 4-card hearts
Right,
in
and-
North.
And North has been
Well,
doing his
yeah,
best.
true.
He dumped the 10 of hearts at trick 1, and then the jack of hearts on the second round of hearts. It's actually very important that North played his heart spots in this way, because if North had dumped the, jack of hearts and then like a low heart or something, East was going to have to win. Okay, so we do get a spade back. This is going to test West a little bit. He's going to need to not cover. Oh, boy.
Yeah, so the 6 was intended to be high and deny a spade honor. Obviously, West, maybe should have given him more thought before putting up that queen. He played that queen pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, now Declare does get to pull trumps, and his hearts are good. I was making this point, not going to dwell on it, but specs can go back and look about how Kalita played his heart suit and try and confirm for yourselves that if Kalita had played any of the other heart spots in his hand on the first 2 rounds of the suit, then East would know to give his partner a ruff.
Mm-hmm.
But 110, nice result for the Zimmerman squad.
Yeah.
So 3 boards in. Not going to be a game swing on that one, I don't expect, although could easily be a part score swing.
Yeah, making 9 tricks when you're off 5 cashers is
Right.
going to feel pretty good for North-South here.
So,
Especially after that difficult 110 on the previous board.
mhm.
They're going to feel like both of those are plus positions.
Yeah, it looks like another part score here. East having the master student spades is probably going to mean that his side ends up winning this auction.
Yeah, I think it'll start, Nebulous Club. North might stick in a diamond overcall as he does, yep. And then he'll just show his spades and probably end up playing 2 spades. South might raise diamonds, but North-South are going to subside fairly early, I suspect.
Yeah, so I wonder if South over a spade. East hasn't bid yet. Do they have? Is this the pair that has some sort of funny 2 hearts is 5-4 in the majors thing?
We saw a 2 club method like that earlier. He may also just have a 1 heart transfer available. I do not recall what they do in this situation.
Yes.
Yeah, I think one way or another, East's plan is going to be to show spades now and hope to show 4 hearts later.
Yeah, so without interference, East would have been able to show his hand with a 2 club bid to show 5 spades, 4 hearts, and I guess a weakish hand.
Yeah, so here we'll see. maybe he would bid two hearts if that's weak in their methods. He might just bid two spades and figure ace jack nine eight six is good. West is nine three spades. He could even have a singleton, but
Yep.
spades is playable regardless. Yeah, that is a choice. And I would guess this will end the auction. No one else really has much to do here.
Yeah, West does not have the prettiest opening hand with that 12 count over there. I mean, king, queen, doubleton of spades is nice.
I mean, it's improved on this bidding. At least his king queen doubleton is now the best possible holding he could have.
And I don't think he's thinking about raising, but maybe. Outside of the king queen doubleton of spades, the hand is just so ugly. Oh, they did have a convention. Look at that. One spade, both majors, 7 to 10. Okay.
Huh.
Okay. This makes a little more sense. So South has competed to 3 diamonds. North not loving his decision to overcall it the one level now.
Right. Yeah, and maybe a little surprising. Obviously, South has a sound 2-level raise, but I guess he's upgrading his ace queen jack of hearts on the information, so
yeah, as well as the doubleton spade, I guess.
Yeah, his hand does look. Yeah. Yeah, again, law of total tricks time. If it's 2 8-card fits, then this is clearly indicated.
Yeah, so West does elect to go quietly here, despite the good spade holding, and I think that 3 diamonds probably is going to end the auction.
Yeah, I think West can be pretty sure they have an 8-card spade fit, but he's also looking at a trump trick and just a very soft hand vulnerable, so doesn't feel like there's any reason for him to bid. Like, I think he's 2 spades basically guarantees a 6-card suit. He wasn't forced to bid it in that position.
Ooh. We have oh wow, that's quite the result on board 18 in the other room. 4 clubs down 3 in the West.
Huh. Not a contract I had contemplated.
Yeah, well, so it's different when East gets to open his hand with his 11 count, 5 spades. One no trump, I mean. And...
Right, playing the 10 to 13 no trump.
Yeah, and so South doubled, West redoubled to show values, and eventually East-West found a club fit and figured, let's play in this contract at the 4 level. That's almost game.
Yeah, and I think, maybe a bit of a tough spot where they each had an 11 count, but, so they could have seen each other's hands. They would have wanted to stop earlier, but, I think West, or both players, thought that they owed their partner a little more, I guess. All right, well, here, East has gotten off to a pretty effective lead setting up partners' clubs.
Yeah, so Declare, I think is going to start hearts at trick 2. If he's making this, it just absolutely has to be on the backbone of the heart finesse.
Yeah, I think you have to hope that you can take 3 hearts via finesses, score a rough and dummy since they didn't start trumps, and so take 1 club and 3 hearts is 4, and 5 diamonds gets you up to 9.
Yeah, it might be a little difficult to manage. I think Declare is just short of the entries to do everything. So ace of clubs, heart to the queen. If we play back spades now, then the defense can take 2 spades and 3 clubs, roughing the 4th round. And if instead we cross to our hand to take another spade finesse, we have to cross in diamonds, or to take another heart finesse.
Well, how about we just play heart to the queen spade?
Then the defense can take 2 spades and 3 clubs with the help of a rough. Yeah.
Right.
But this might be the most sensible line of play, because if clubs happen to be... Can clubs be 3-2? Clubs could be 3-2. the 5 of clubs was led at trick 1, then the defense would be helpless to beat the contract.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. Declare probably will play a spade at trick 2 here. It does look very natural to cross in diamonds to take this heart finesse. Like, it won, and you're thinking, oh, goody, now I want to repeat it, so have to get back to my hand, but you have to think out the whole plan. If you do this, then when the opponents get in with spades, they're just going to pull trumps. Can't ruff your spade anymore.
Yes, that would give West... so he would have king, queen, jack tight of clubs, and king, queen, and 2 spades, so he would be exactly 2, 4, 4, 3 on that layout.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Wait. No, two. Oh my god.
Right, so so West can only have 2 spades from the auction. You're positing he has exactly 3 clubs. He kind of has to be 4-4 in the red suits, hypothetically, on that.
Yeah, and he can't be, because then
layout.
East wouldn't have his 1 spade bid showing both majors. Because then East would have 3 hearts. Oh, wow.
That's right.
Okay, so maybe Declare does know that this contract is hopeless.
So can he make it if he plays a diamond to the 9 and repeats the heart finesse, cashes ace of hearts, pitching a club?
No, because
now
the
plays a
defense, when they
spade?
get in with spades, can just play trumps.
Now they can play trumps.
No, they might not. I think it's possible that they don't, but that line of play would work.
Right. If we can ever rough a spade,
Yeah,
we
because we
to
can
9 tricks.
effectively start roughing clubs with the 10 and 9 of diamonds, and East can't over rough.
Right. Yeah, so maybe that is the I think if Kalita works out that the hand is hopeless on a double dummy basis, that might be the best.
Yeah, I would certainly prefer to play diamond to the ace rather than diamond to the 9, but all right, he does just go with a spade, so...
I think actually I take it back, because if he plays a diamond, if he plays a diamond to the 9, West will know he can continue diamonds. If he plays a diamond to the ace, then West may well not.
So the spade comes. I'm expecting West to just cash out the clubs now.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the queen of clubs. Nice play of the queen of clubs. When this holds, East is going to know that his partner has the king, so he can be prepared to make 2 discards.
Mm-hmm. Right. If West had the king, then East would have to be a little concerned. Then North had the queen of clubs, but of course here, if you had the king of clubs...
Yeah, I guess the trick 1 play, low club to the jack and ace, probably wouldn't make sense if North had the queen, but this is just kind of a nice line of play.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying... Right, yeah.
It's just a convenience thing on defense. Now DeFranco knows that he can make 2 pitches, and partner will continue clubs.
Yep, so... In the other room, they did get to the 8-card spade fit and went down a trick and 2 spades.
Right. Yeah, there are just 6 losers off the top.
3 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a club, presumably. Yeah, with a heart. In South, 3 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a club looks pretty hard to avoid.
All right, we'll get the club ruff now.
Yeah, is there any chance that the jack of diamonds comes into play and we get it too?
Absolutely. I think after the club ruff, East is going to play ace of spades spade, and now declares kind of at a crossroads.
Right. Yeah, this I think sensible. Just uh, cash your spade to restrict partners' options when he takes his
Yeah,
rough.
that seems reasonable. Actually, okay, this is probably even a better play because technically North should have a 5-card diamond suit at least. So maybe West is a little worried his partner might have no diamonds. I I think he probably would have bid more if he had a singleton club and no diamonds, but
Yeah, I don't. I think one diamond is possible. Zero really is not. Like, what's his shape then? Right? He has 12 cards in the majors and effectively took one bid.
would you believe 7501? No, probably not.
I mean, I obviously it's a possible thing one could be dealt, but it would be. I think it would be inconsistent with the bidding, particularly because we know that it's Ace Jack 9 8 7th of spades at that point, so he would
And
probably
King
have three
fifth of
spades of that too,
hearts. Yeah.
and King fifth of hearts. Yeah, or he would have been three hearts or something. I mean, obviously we're in cuckoo land talking about this stuff.
This is where you tell me to go back to the BCD Swiss. All right, so East leaves West on lead with the Queen of Spades to get the club ruff, and now another spade will come through.
Right.
So down 1 or down 2.
Right, West. Yeah, West effectively, turning the defense into a command
Yep.
by cashing the Queen of Spades, which I like. Uh, so let's say he leads the Ace of Spades and declare guesses right by playing the Queen. I guess he has to take that finesse immediately and then take a heart finesse to be able to
Yeah.
take the diamond finesse one more time.
Yeah, the practice finesse and hearts would be a fun way to get over to dummy, but he does not need the heart finesse there.
But I think if he roughs Queen and crosses to the Ace of Diamonds,
Yep.
he does end up losing that trick.
So Declare has a guess. It is worth an imp because the other table, having scored 100 already, looks like he's going correct in the diamond suit. Diamond to the 10.
Yeah.
Okay, last question. Does he take the practice finesse and hearts here? I would.
I would too. Yep.
He also... No,
insulting.
no, come on. No! Kalita, what are you doing? For the fans, one time.
Yeah. It is just such an absolutely insulting play to your
Yes.
opponents.
Well, Declare has managed to escape for down 1. Still a 4-imp loss. Can't blame South on this auction, even if you say he violated the law of total tricks here. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah. And there is a cat demanding a little attention. I'll be right back.
So 4 imps to street. I mean, they're down by 21 now. Still have time to make the comeback. About 2 imps aboard.
And the cat got bored already.
You weren't fast enough.
I think hearing someone who's not part of the household speaking in this room, maybe putting them off. Like, a lot of cats are not great around strangers. Anyway.
Well, East has another hand with both majors.
We'll see if
10
West-
cards once again. 5-5.
And there's certainly players that might open that West hand. I mean, it is pretty light vulnerable.
Yeah, 10 count. I mean, the 6-card club suit is nice, but the Jack of Hearts might not be a working value necessarily. So, a club by North, 2 diamonds, both majors.
Yeah, presumably playing 2 club overcall would be natural, and 2 diamonds is just not that important to bid. So
Yeah,
using
for
it
the
for Michaels
okay,
is
so
fine.
Al is pointing out to the table that North-South are playing this Polish 1 club. I've done a really terrible job of describing system to all the spectators before the match starts, but Al is here to cover my back on that one.
Yeah. So one club, usually a balanced minimum, but as Al says, there are some strong possibilities as well.
This is a funny. I have a. You want to tell me what your suspicion is of the 2 spade bid from West? I have a suspicion.
Yeah, 2 hearts seems more natural because you would want to hypothetically play ace of spades, king of spades, and take some roughs with the
I
jack
think
10
this
of hearts.
is
What do
the
you think
we
is
came
going
in
on?
down 20 swing bid.
Maybe like taking a sort of a slightly anti-percentage action, but one that races to swing a bunch of imps without costing
Yeah.
too much against theory.
Yeah, because most of the time you just bid your cheapest suit if you have equal length when your partner shows these 2 suitors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Al Hollander saying that in the other room, Brink did bid 2 hearts. I mean, I like 2 hearts for technical reasons that we want to be, we might want to be using hearts to rough spades, but since we have the ace of spades, we probably don't want to use spades to rough hearts. We'll see. I think probably he's just running the jack of hearts. I was wondering if he might play heart to the ace club. I guess not, since the ace of clubs is marked with north. That doesn't
Yeah, this
really
seems.
gain
I
us
mean,
anything.
this seems.
But the queen of hearts could have been with north, and then this play gains.
Yeah, I think Al brings up the most relevant point to why most players would just bid 2 hearts here, which is that when partner has unequal length in the 2 suits, it's more likely that his unequal length is going to be in the lower suit than the higher one.
Right. Right, because some of the time with 6 spades and 5 hearts, you would just start by bidding spades, planning to bid hearts a bunch of times later. Also a very good point. Yeah, so of course we can see here the defense now has 5 cashers if they find them. 1 club, 2 diamonds, and the king, queen of spades. I'd say there's no way they can go away, but we've said that before and been quite wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, a diamond could go on a club if they don't find it, but I think that particular cash out doesn't seem that hard because North, in with the ace of clubs, can lead any diamond in his hand, and the defense would cash both of them.
Yeah, I'm surprised Klukowski hasn't. Okay, he plays the king of diamonds.
Yeah, also effective way to make sure the cash
or an effective way to blow a trick in the suit, depending. But yeah, I think he kind of realized that it was just going to be too scary to never play diamonds for their side, and this way kind of ensures that we can at least get our diamond tricks in when we have them.
Got a little monster in. All right, I will not let him toy with me one more time. Yeah, I think it's highly likely North had the ace of diamonds. Possible from that line of play that North had something in hearts. When Declare took that immediate finesse, like it does. It doesn't necessarily look like he's just finessing with ace king fifth opposite of Doubleton.
No, but I think more to the point that I was trying to get at is, like, let's say Klukowski doesn't play back a diamond. I don't know. He returns like a club. Isn't he now afraid that his partner has to play diamonds anyway, and he's now just set up clubs for West? So if his partner doesn't have the diamond ace, he's just blowing a diamond trick anyway because it'll get discarded on Declare's club winner.
Mm-hmm. Right. Good point.
All right, so Declare gets to rough this trick. I mean, North might rough this trick and play a heart. That would be the winning defense.
I think you. Yeah. Yeah, I think he probably will because he can see it's the only place they're going to get an extra trick, right?
Yeah, actually, with East's hand completely face. Oh, okay. It's late.
What?
Look, these guys have been playing for 5 days. You gotta give them a break on some of these spots. But yeah, Kalita effectively was completely double dummy. Either West or his partner has that 4 of spades, and his partner is out of hearts.
Yes, they did go plus 200 north-south of the other table, so if the play record we're seeing is accurate, it will be 3 imps.
Yeah, 3 imps to street. And if East exits a spade here...
Right, if East plays a heart, then... Yeah, but I think... I mean, if there was a possibility the defense could draw trumps, then a spade would be dangerous, but here... Even if both spades are in the same hand, isn't it this, there's no reason not to play a spade that I can see?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. But we just saw Kalita pitch a heart on the jack of clubs, so I'm
a fair point. And I think also DeFranco, he's not going to think that his world-class right-hand opponent has accidentally given him a chance to get out for down 1 when it was, in position for down 2. So he probably doesn't think that this is a possible layout.
Yeah. Okay, is he down 3 if he plays a spade and someone wins and then plays a diamond and he roughs and he plays a heart and they rough and he plays...
Oh, now they're rough and claim, yeah.
Well, it's different because the 9 of clubs is set up. So some player would have to have not the 7 of clubs. I guess South would need to have the king, queen, or the king 4 of spades and the jack 9 of diamonds. No, that's not possible.
Yeah, so maybe
North would have to have the king 4 of spades and the...
Yeah, he's gotten it right. Yeah, I wonder if maybe there was kind of a Grosvenor element to it where, if your analysis is right, then Kalita gave Declare a trick that he could never take advantage of because it's similar
to the Brinken driver missed defense from earlier in 3 no trump where they just didn't think Declare could possibly have this hand. So 3 imps going the way of street.
Declare, but yes.
I just remembered that those were 2 players at the table. Maybe none of them were involved in any of the decisions made, but...
I think that was the hand where driver went to the bathroom. We can leave him out of it.
You don't think his dummy play was speculative on that one? Okay, well, 3 imps going the way of street. They're chipping away. In this segment so far, they've managed to pick up 9 imps, and now the lead is only 18.
Yeah, we saw them come back from a similar position yesterday. It was about this margin at about this point of the match, and then they won a bunch of games.
Yeah, a little bit of a different style. They're switching it up, for their 4th quarter rush. Just getting 3 imps here, 4 imps there.
So 1 diamond, usually at least 5 diamonds. There are some 4-card suits with singletons that also open a diamond, but most of the time he doesn't have a 5-card suit for that.
I was wondering if Klukowski is on tilt. But no, we don't get the 1 spade psych.
So 2 hearts. I'm sure we'll find out shortly what sort of artificial action that is. But he's basically, is going to, he was probably planning to show it as a game force, and now that Wes has responded in, his ace is definitely treating it as a game force.
Al Hollander tells us what 2 hearts is? It's 16 or more high card points with 3 spades.
Perfect. And I think he's planning to, just start with this and then over whatever West does, probably bid 4 spades, maybe 3 clubs along the way.
Yeah, I mean, he does this big 20 count. Like, he's not giving up on slam just yet.
No, I think, West may just bid 2 spades here, like, as a slowdown bid, but there's no slowing East down. And West has a 5th spade, which he didn't have to, so he'll know that's a good asset, but otherwise his hand is kind of weak. I wonder if this is going to encourage East.
West had the option to relay if he wanted to get more information. So it's possible that this is effectively like some sort of fast arrival type thing.
Yeah, still though, with ace, king, queen of trumps, 2 other aces, and controls in every suit, that is an awfully strong easy hand. I can see that 6 spades is going to make on this hand.
Yeah, how good is 6 spades?
And I think you need to, since you can't take any roughs in the East hand, you need to set up the diamonds. But with the finesse working in the suit 4-2, I think you can
technically Declare can take roughs because they can always pin that doubleton 9 of spades in North.
Right. Or just take 1 rough and pitch 1 on the Jack of diamonds. No, that's not good enough. You need the you need 1 more trick. I think it's pretty good, right? I mean, even if a diamond loses, even if you lose the diamond finesse, you're still in pretty good shape.
It's not a great contract if they lead hearts, right? Because you need the diamond finesse. Well,
right. If they lead hearts, yeah, because if they win the king of diamonds and south, they can tap you, and now if the jack of spades doesn't drop, you're toast. Yeah. But I think basically on the diamond finesse though, which is. Yeah, I mean, you also can't afford to lose a trump trick. If someone had Jack 4 of spades, you can never pick it up. So DeFranco, after giving it a good long look, decides that he needs a little too much. I mean, obviously, partner has the ace opposite your singleton, the king doubleton opposite your other weak suit. So.
And the king of diamonds in the pocket. Trumps are splitting. Like, there's a lot of good things that are happening for Declare on this one.
Yeah.
Other table did reach 4 spades. We'll see if Mano can manage to take more than 11 tricks. I think at the 4 level, he's just going to be content to, win this, take a diamond finesse, that wins, pull trumps, ace of clubs, club rough. I guess things are a little bit awkward, but he should manage to escape with 11 tricks.
So with the other table, Driver, Brink was playing it, I think, and who was playing it? So Brink was playing it and took actually a line of play that I kind of like. So he got a trump lead. He drew 3 rounds of trumps and played the queen of diamonds off dummy immediately because after playing the ace king queen of spades, East was now kind of short on entries. So that way, of course, he lost a trick to the onside king of diamonds, but if they were 4-2 and needed to rough 1, he could use a diamond as an entry for that.
Yeah, it seems very reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, here Declare is taking the more, pedestrian line of just taking the diamond finesse.
Well, he gets a different lead, and so he was in the different hand.
Right. Yeah. And of course, he can't be 100% sure the finesse is going to keep working. I think this would be a really obvious spot for South to duck a king of diamonds.
Yeah, I think that is very true. So he might go ace of diamonds diamond at this point, or he might elect to pull trumps. I mean, if we catch the ace king of spades, we can't go down when the suit splits.
Right. I mean, at this point, he knows that he's got at least 8 tricks.
Yeah.
Plus the 2 he's already taken, of course.
So as long as both opponents follow to this 2 rounds of trump. Pulling a third trump is 100% safe, and now we can gamble on over tricks if we want, but it's a little bit risky to continue taking the diamond finesse. Declare might only end up with 10 tricks here.
Yeah, and I think having drawn two, I think you're right. Ace of diamonds, diamond ruff is much safer because if you play queen of spades, either a club ruff or a heart, which strips dummies entry, or a heart to the ace, which exposes the heart suit and take a diamond finesse and it loses. Now you're going down for really no good reason.
Okay, he does go ace of diamonds. I mean, this is a little risky because if the ace of diamonds got ruffed, I guess he's never in danger. No, this is not risky at all. This is perfectly fine.
Right, if the ace of diamonds gets rough, now we can just rough it with the queen of spades.
This feels pretty good. South can rough in with the jack of spades if he wants, but it's of course at the cost of not pulling Declare's last trump.
And Mono knows his opponent in the south hand is more than competent enough to withhold the king of diamonds if he had it. So this seems like a really sensible line of play, especially at
completely safe.
In the board and match, maybe you repeat the diamond finesse because half the time
I was staring at the original layout and thinking there might be a chance to actually make 13 tricks in spades, but I'm not certain. I'm not going to bet at even odds that I'm right on that analysis.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some hands of that type where maybe you could rough a club and isolate North's minors, but I'm not sure this was one of them. Maybe there's some other squeeze possibility that I missed.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's an interesting hand. Anyway, 450 was a push, so that means we have 9 boards to play. Street still down by 18, so we're at 2 imps a board is what they need. Still just 1 game swing out of this match being almost tied.
Yeah, and once again, a pretty quiet start to the segment with only 13 imps scored in the first 6 boards. That changed very quickly last time around.
We're going to need Al to let us know that the set has been very flat. And once that happens, you can be sure that we're going to have 10 imp swing, 17 imp swing.
So we have 1 club showing at least 2 clubs by West. And this normal, light but totally normal overcall by North. So see what East does. I mean, 1 no trump seems like a practical choice. I think red-white at the 1 level, going after a penalty seems a little much. Yeah, so I think 1 spade showing a 1 no trump type hand is what he's up to.
Yeah, I'm having a little stare.
I think we saw this earlier in the set where 1 spade and 1 no trump both show a no trump type hand, and just a matter of whether you want to grab the declaration or inform partner and let him decide who plays it.
Yeah, so they play, if without interference, 1 no trump would have been a game forcing relay.
It's possible that's still on, but he's the past hand also.
That's a very good point. Well, South has doubled to, I guess, communicate some values. It doesn't look to me like this is some sort of double showing honor doubleton of hearts, but It might be.
Yeah, I think it's just card showing as well.
And West 2 clubs is natural. He knows they don't have a spade fit. East would have doubled to show a hand with at least 4 spades.
Yep, so East has, close to a maximum pass, but his hand doesn't look great at this point. Like 3 clubs is nice for partner, but, your honors probably are not meshing that well with his, with the ace in the opponent's suit and king, queen in an unbid suit. Yeah, so he gives this courtesy raise here. Seems sensible.
Yeah, probably figuring that, for one thing, South was planning to take a second call, and he has the hearts completely locked up. So he might be able to generate a big swing by getting a penalty against north-south.
Yeah, so in fact, we are getting from the operator this delayed information that double, in fact, did show spades. So now south has shown spades and diamonds, and north may guess wrong here what the relative lengths are. Yeah, I think north, assuming that that the explanations are accurate and that north is on the same wavelength, isn't it natural to correct here?
To 3 spades.
Right, partner showing spades and diamonds, and I have 3 of the one that he showed first and 1 of the one that he showed second.
Yeah, I mean that seems very reasonable to me.
I think double here is just card showing. I don't think this is a penalty double of diamonds, so that won't affect the decision as far as I can see. But, yeah. And if he bids 3 spades, West is certainly going to hit that with ace jack 9 fourth.
Yeah, I think West is kind of clued into the fact that his partner might have engineered this coup by this 3 club bid. The opponents haven't bid hearts anymore. Like North didn't bid 2 hearts and South didn't support hearts. So he knows his partner has heart length, yet his partner was still willing to bid 3 clubs. I think we will see a double by West over 3 spades.
Yeah, and that'll actually work out pretty well because it'll put East on. He just passes. It'll put East on lead. So.
Yeah. Always tough to double apart score at imps.
Yeah. But yeah, East now can lead a trump through South, which is much better than West being on lead and unable to lead one.
So East does lead a spade, kind of as predicted. This is going to allow East-West to pull basically all of the trumps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it turns out the 7 of spades and 6 of spades become important cards with East withheld his 8, but West has to put in the 9, and then eventually Declare spots will come into the game. But obviously, this is still a horrible fit for North South.
Right. So how bad is it? Because Declare will win the King of Spades at trick 1. West sticks in the 9. Declare is going to go Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Ruff, and probably play a heart.
I think he certainly wants to make sure he gets his Diamond Ruff before the defense can. Huh? So now if East hops up, he can play another trump and... No. And against that, Declare might be able to set up diamonds.
Well, Declare was always planning to set up diamonds.
Or hearts, where now he just needs the hand of hearts to drop, which looks a little more attractive than finding a 3-3 diamond split. Although, of course, he doesn't have a great entry to his hand.
Yeah,
if he does set up the hearts. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm surprised that Kalita didn't go Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Ruff, but of course he's kind of... Wow, yeah, I mean, just...
Yeah, I'm actually going to make a counter argument to that, which is if he plays Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Ruff, now he can never take a second heart.
Yeah.
Right? Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Ruff, heart, they duck it, Queen of Hearts, they win, and now he's never in his hand to catch the King of Hearts. Here, he just needs to find the Ace of Hearts with West.
And West, not and the Ace King of Clubs with West, I guess.
Yeah, just some position where East doesn't have a quick entry to lead a second trump.
Wow.
Well, I think, maybe because of that it might have looked natural to rough a diamond. East may be worried about West having a
Well, East
singleton king
doesn't
of
know that
hearts.
North has a singleton diamond.
Right, and East also doesn't know that West has ace jack nine fourth of trumps. He knows that North has some high cards, and West didn't double after doubling three clubs or three diamonds to suggest a penalty. So, East may be thinking that the high cards are, swapped around a little
Yeah,
bit.
I mean, singleton king of hearts is possible. It would give North 9-8 fifth that they had overcalled with.
And this duck is going to look sort of safe, and probably is, right? I think Khalid is about to play a second
I
heart.
think he's now. Well, I think yeah. Okay, finally, he he got around
All
to
right.
Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Rough. There
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah, so he'll play
Maybe.
another
What
heart
if he
now for
chooses
sure.
your plan and exits the Queen of Clubs? West doesn't have a way to put East in. Okay, he does play a second heart. You're right.
Right. Yeah, good point. It's true though. Yeah, I think if he plays the Queen of Clubs there, he would at least take. Well, I mean, West can cash the Ace of Spades and still get the Jack
Hmm.
later. So, you know, at least on a double dummy basis, it wouldn't help him.
Well, no, I mean, like, West is still effectively end played after he cashes the spade ace. It's not like exiting clubs isn't necessarily good. Exiting diamonds is going to set up South's diamond suit. But here we are.
Yeah. So now I think we'll see what 10 of spades to the Jack. One club, Jack of Diamonds to the Queen, and then a second club seems like the double dummy defense to me.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable.
Forcing South to either rough and put himself in a position where the defense can draw trumps or pitch, and West gets the
Hmm.
other high club after all.
Um,
Or just, high club, diamond
heart.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work also, right? Because if South roughs, West can
Hmm.
pitch, and if South pitches, West can rough. So two diamonds doubled by South down two for
Yeah.
300. So Mono and DeFranco need to be this three to push the
They need to
board.
beat
No,
a
sorry,
six.
their
I
opponents are vulnerable. Yeah, that's so it'll be somewhere between what 4 and 5 imps
to Zimmerman. Yeah.
to the Zimmerman team. Yeah, yeah, collecting a penalty in the other room and getting away undoubled here.
Right, and I think Mano and DeFranco missed a chance. Obviously, in the other room, Driver had a little bit of a different evaluation. With his hand after the one heart overcall, he elected to go for penalties directly. And then when South continued bidding, Driver was able to kind of balance back in, show his values. His partner ended up doubling the opponent's.
Yeah, and I wonder, like on board one, if West would have been doubling this. Like here, he doesn't want to concede a game swing, obviously, but I'm sure he was pretty
Yeah,
confident
but
about his
he's on the
chances on
team that's down
defense.
by 18 right now. I would have expected them to just start going after it if they
Yeah,
thought the opponents were going down.
yeah, yeah. I think he can tell that it's not like he has any bad results, but that he hasn't had any win tens to put them
Yeah,
right
you
back in
wouldn't
striking
imagine
distance.
that game
So this
going
might have been-
down, part score, part score, part score going down, part score going down is the card that has picked up 30 M's in the set.
Mhm, yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's true. Like maybe this would have been a good spot to try to just like win nine on some nothing
Yeah,
hand where the opponent's got
I
overboard.
yeah, I think Mano may have missed an opportunity on this one.
Yeah,
Well,
agreed.
he's in.
I mean, in fact, and he did because I think they're beating this 3, so he could have won 3, and instead he's going to lose.
He could have
4.
won 5, right? If,
5, right?
so
5
are they
out of this
beating this
300.
3? Let me think.
I think so. So diamond
Yeah.
to the queen, that's going to hold a club, and let's say South pitches, that the ace of clubs will score. And he can play another club to north, and then guarantee 2 trump tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be very strong defense. But it does look like on that plan, Declare actually will end up going down 3.
Yeah, with north there, the 2 of spades kind of gets promoted
Yeah.
in a strange way.
Now, he knows about partner's queen of diamonds. He's seen Declare rough, so that much is
Right.
marked. Okay, ace of spades. This doesn't cost anything because he.
Yeah, this is fine too. Now diamond over and a club through
Yep.
achieves the same position.
It might look a little I mean, he might just exit the ace of diamonds or ace of clubs, hoping that his partner has the queen, because then he could beat it 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or a low club like this.
Yeah, and East played the 3 of clubs under the king, so he may well think that East was showing attitude.
So is this actually getting out for down less now or not? Like, maybe this is also equally effective somehow.
So Declare. Well, no. So it's at least down 3. Sorry, it's at most down 3 because Declare now has 2 guaranteed winners, whatever card he
Right, but
plays on this
Declare is
trick.
not getting out for down 2. So this is also equally effective.
So wait a second, though. So let's say he
Yeah.
plays the 10 here and plays the king of hearts,
Yeah.
pitching a diamond, and West ruffs. Now what do you want West to do?
Ace of clubs.
Okay,
Yeah, but East
a
wins
rough
and
and
has
exit
the
a diamond.
10 of hearts.
Oh, he's in. Right, but doesn't East also have no way to get out
The
of his
king of
own
hearts
way?
is gone, right? North has played the king of hearts, so East 10 of hearts is just high.
Wait. So 7 of clubs, king of hearts, roughed by West. West cashes the ace of clubs. Oh, sorry, yeah,
Yep.
that's right. Now East is out of clubs. Never mind.
Okay. Equally effective. Well done by Mano. So he's ended up
Yep.
netting his side. Well, holding the loss to 4
Yeah.
imps.
Well done in the play. Yeah. Yeah. Well defended, but a
Yeah,
missed
because he could
opportunity
have
in the
won
auction.
5 if he had doubled and they had effectively the same defense. Now, maybe the line of play would have gone a little bit differently. I'm not entirely sure. The first couple of tricks were a little bit strange. But this looks like it could have been a potential 9-imp swing from lose 4 to win 5.
Yeah.
Either way, the street is now behind by 22
Sure.
after this board. 9 boards to play. Or 8
Yeah.
boards to play.
So I think East is claiming here, and possibly this will be where we get our little table break.
Yeah, I think the players have mostly been playing through. We haven't seen a lot of smoke breaks requested.
Yeah, and this table is now 3 boards behind as well, so
Oh,
we
wow.
may just have to wait until after the set.
That's nice, though.
I can't imagine the players thinking here. I think this is just a claim.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's actually no layout of the East-West cards where Declare gets out for down less, so we do see the claim. 4 imps to Zimmerman. 8 boards to go. 22 imps is the margin. Street is going to need to start making some moves. Now, it is possible that East-West will only ask for smoke break. No, okay. I was going to say it's possible they'll ask for smoke breaks only if they have bad results, like on the previous board.
Yeah, I think Kalita also smokes, so he'd probably be agreeable.
But we're into board 23.
Yeah, so we've got another, theoretical slam here, or, theoretical slam potential.
Yeah, I mean, 6 clubs East-West makes.
It makes if you pick up the queen of spades.
Well, they picked up the spade queen at the other table, didn't they?
Yes. They made 5 spades, probably, although they might have just... I was going to say they might have gotten a diamond lead into East after a strong no-trump opening or something like that. No, never mind. West has a normal spade bid. Oh, yeah, and 4 spades West.
Yeah.
Did they just lead a trump or something? Is that
the
possible?
Queen of Spades.
Wow. That seems like a big play, but...
It's for an over trick.
Yeah. Yeah. But so is dropping it. So 2 clubs, at least 2 clubs. So basically any balance game 4 starts this way. West will probably raise anyway to show, to start showing his hand. Unless they have some artificial lead here.
Let's see. So I think 2
spades,
clubs could have 0. I'm not sure. 2 clubs is an artificial game forcing relay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it wasn't alerted, so I wasn't thinking about that possibility.
Yeah, and so now East-West are just going to relay to, East is going to start asking questions and get answers from West. So a lot of these suit bids are not necessarily going to show the suits that are being bid.
Right, presumably at some point West will have an opportunity to show his exact shape.
So we get, thank you, Vugraph Operator. We've gotten some nice alerts this set. So 3 clubs showing 6 spades and 4 clubs.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to tell the operator that right now because his sound is off, or her sound is off, and
operator is
really
a robot because they're on 30-minute delay.
Oh, so
it's robot operator, but we don't know who it is. You can tell Jan; she will inform them.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I forgot about the lag that they cannot see us talking to them. But yes, I will indeed tell Jan because that is enormously helpful, and they've been very good about it the whole segment. So 3 diamonds, 3 spades, breaking the relay, so it's not clear exactly what West is showing.
I mean, maybe breaking the relay, right? East is the one who's relaying. So for people who are not familiar with relay structures, one of the players is just going to be making their cheapest available bid, which for this case is the East player, and the other player is going to be making bids to describe their hand. Like, it's very nice and convenient that West's cheapest bid, 3 clubs over 2 no trump, shows his hand, but it's possible that to show 6 spades and 4 clubs, West might have had to bid like 3 spades or something over 2 no. The players, so they've just designed their structure this way.
So I was just speculating that West broke because 3 spades wasn't alerted, but I guess you're right. Anything he bids is probably a response to that 3 diamond relay.
So I still suspect 3 spades is probably an alert. 3 diamonds was just asking some further question, maybe about high card count, now that we know West's shape, or maybe about what West's singleton is.
It may show the exact 6-4. Yeah, and I think I was talking a little bit about this yesterday. Relay methods can be really effective when it's balanced good hand, opposite shapely hand, where the balanced hand can just ask a bunch of questions. And that's exactly the layout we have here. So East now knows that he's basically on a diamond finesse and picking up the spades if partner has strong clubs, but that's a lot to ask for. He knows West's shape is suitable, but West could just be lighter on high cards.
I think given their methods, and again, a lot of this is kind of reading into the fact that it's fourth quarter and we come in down 20 or 30 imps, so as East-West we know we need a pickup. They have this system which is allowing them to find the exact shape of West's hand. 6 clubs opposite King, Queen, 4th of clubs, and Ace, Queen, 6 of spades is absolutely lay down on 3-2 trumps. The other partnership at the other table might not find it, right, and in fact have not found it. So here's a way that we can kind of take this plus EV position where our system is allowing us to find these nice 4-4 minor suit fits that could produce a slam. And I think that's a good enough reason to actually just gear towards that. East should probably, at this point in the auction, set clubs as trump and key card and clubs. And when he hears 2 with the queen, let's hope partner has the spade queen or that the spade's split.
Yeah, so in fact, Al is suggesting, which I'm sure is correct, that West has by now shown his exact shape. The 3 spades pinpointed his singleton. I think he probably also had some way to show that if he had a void in one of the suits.
Right, it would probably be higher level bidding. So over 3 diamonds, 3.
Yeah, I'm sure West could have shown 6-4-3. Yeah, so he does just sign off in 4 spades.
I mean, ultimately, this is a fine decision, but it is not going to earn them the imps that they need.
Yeah, and also a little tough because not having set trumps earlier, if they had set clubs earlier as trumps, they might have been able to bid 4 diamonds Blackwood and stop in 5 clubs. But here, that won't be an option because they'd have to bid 4 clubs to set trumps. And unless West can keycard now, their keycard bid is going to have to be 4 no trump or something. That's not kickback. And now the risk is that you get above your 5 club contract exactly what you don't want to.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was thinking about. Systemically, he actually had no way to be able to safely explore, so just goes for the low road. But again, another missed opportunity. Maybe. There's no guarantee he would have picked up the spade suit.
Maybe. And possibly he could have tried 4 clubs just to see if partner could bid 4 diamonds, whatever it means. Planning to subside in 4 spades if nothing good happened.
All right, King of Hearts lead, diamond, Declare tries the diamond finesse. That has been unsuccessful. Ace of Hearts. And we'll see if Declare makes the same read as they did in the other room. Ace of Spades, spade to the 9 was what happened over there in pulling trumps.
Yeah, I'm curious what tipped him off to make the winning play.
So both players did it.
Wow. Apparently it's just totally normal. Wow, well, nicely done by both declarers to take the maximum.
650.
They're ready for tomorrow's Rising or Save.
Yes,
really. Play.
They really are. 7 boards to go though, and that push forward means Street is still 22 imps back.
Yeah, so same position as yesterday where, it's still within reach, but now they need 2 game swings, which, is a bit of a tall order with only 7 boards to play. I mean, this could be one of them. The north-south pair made a game.
This could be a game swing for the wrong direction if you want a close match. Yeah.
All right.
It's not the greatest game of all time.
No, kind of just looking at it, single dummy, even with the spade finesse working, there's some work to do.
Yeah.
I guess 2 clubs and a diamond are the only top losers.
All right, so East in 3rd seat has opened a diamond. and South has overcalled a spade.
I guess Al's pointing out, that East West have to know they haven't gotten the results they need to close the ground here. Um, East might have tried opening a no trump, ostensibly 14-16.
Yeah, I mean,
Like it's a little much, but again, the kind of thing where a partner has a little bit of help to stop the suits. You might just take 7 tricks.
right,
Totally
completely
undeservedly.
reasonable for East to open a no trump as a way of swinging. I'm still preferential to let's use our cool system to get to 6 of a minor, but
Yeah.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah. Yeah, and like playing with you, playing 14-16. I think I would just open that East hand one no trump. In third seed. Like I wouldn't do it in first seed, but in
Yeah,
third
like
seed,
single.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Regardless
even
of the state of the
singleton
match.
king, 3 small, ace queen, king queen 6, 3 small.
Yeah, yeah, we get a spade lead away from the ace, and take the first 7 tricks. On a hand where the
Yep.
opponents might be cold for just anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a fan of that kind of action just because the upside can be really huge. Obviously, this is just a much more down the middle course. Show your 6-card diamond suit without, the risk of playing a no trump down to 3 or 4 when you're
Yeah.
cold for 3 diamonds. In fact, here, 3 diamonds is just a quiet down 1, I believe.
It does.
Of course, north south. North isn't done here, right?
Yeah, I think they can get this 2 if South starts trumps. Okay, maybe not. The clubs can take a trick, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That you can set up clubs. Take 6 diamonds in 2 clubs, or 6 diamonds in a
Sure.
rough in a club.
So, yeah, what was going on with West 2 club bid? I mean, Al says he thinks it's takeout of spades without hearts.
It's alerted just as less than a game force, but we know that already because West
Yeah.
is a passed hand.
Okay, I buy takeout of spades without hearts, but that sounds like both minors.
It does sound like both minors. But I think, maybe both minors, but without an implication of serious club length.
Would explain East 3 diamond bid, though.
Yeah. Yeah, like East presumably is counting on West for some diamond length. Otherwise, he would have bid just 2 diamonds. Yeah, so 3 spades by North. I think it's going to be hard for them to get back to hearts at this point. Maybe not. A North's double of 2
Yeah,
clubs
I
might have
think
shown
North
4
has
hearts.
showed
We don't know.
hearts, and so South is now contemplating trying 4 hearts here. This match might easily be out of reach after this board if Klukowski does bid 4 hearts.
Yeah, and 4 hearts is 4 hearts totally cold? You can take 5 hearts via rough, and 3 spades is 8, and a club is 9.
You can get 2 diamond roughs.
Do you need? Yeah, or you can set out the 5th spade.
So he does bid 4 hearts. Okay. I think Declare could have some handling issues if we get a trump lead.
And Al also pointing out that with West being a passed hand, the explanation of 2 clubs as not game forcing is really not that informative.
I thought Al was doing great over there.
Oh, he is. I think he's just a little, needling the table here. Yeah, I mean, a trump lead seems possible, but I don't know, Yeah, this diamond also just seems totally normal.
Right.
And
It's
he's
just now with Declare having the diamond rough set
probably
up, it's going to be a pretty simple task of engineering 2 diamond roughs in the south hand.
yeah. I'm just thinking like, so what if he shifts to the 6 of clubs and West puts in the 10? Like, is there any possibility that East can get in before trumps are drawn? Like, Declare does have a lot of
Well,
work
with
to
hearts
do.
3-2, I mean, Declare's line of play is likely to be pretty simple. A trump switch might still give Declare some issues, but on your theoretical club switch to the 10 and king, Declare just roughs the diamond high, plays a heart to the 9, roughs the diamond high, pulls trumps by the ace, queen, 9, and dummy, and then takes a spade finesse, and that's on side.
Right. So that'll be 3 spades and 6 trumps,
Yeah.
and the king of clubs for 10.
A trump switch puts a little bit of a damper on this plan, but then I think, as you had mentioned, it's possible for Declare to set up the long spade. So they could go spade hook, ace of spades, spade
Yeah.
rough, the king falls. Now Declare pulls trump sending in hand because he hasn't been tapped, runs the spades, and leads a club up to the king. It's not the prettiest plan because obviously East is more likely than West to have the club ace.
Well, how about on a trump return, you run it to the 9, take a rough, and just lead a
Well,
club
yeah,
now?
I think that's the point. That leading a club to the king is a little bit of a scary decision. Um,
Right. Although we do know the club's length is with West, so
yeah,
any given card rates to be there.
maybe there's a slower plan. I mean, any plan that involves like let me pull all of the trumps first is cuts down on the defensive capabilities because now we're not dealing with roughs. But maybe there's a slower plan that is a little bit more effective. Let's see.
So I also, I do have to wonder. So the defense obviously can't see South's hand, but they can see the auction where North showed hearts. Is it possible that they think this might be a 4-3 heart fit? And if so, would that affect their
I
decision making
suspect
on
not
defense?
because South bid 4 hearts. Like that,
But he might have been 4 hearts with a singleton diamond, thinking that North had 5 of them.
maybe. I'm not sure I believe that's too likely.
I kind of don't either, but you know, but if North showed hearts, then 4 would like 4 would be an atypically short holding, and therefore, if South thinks that as well, then his partner bid 3 spades, guaranteed a doubleton spade. Like it's not like passing or 4 spades would be that attractive if he thought there's any chance of a 5-3 heart fit or even a 4-3 heart fit that was playable.
Okay, East returns a trump. So
Yeah.
this is where I kind of stated this very quick plan of like, let's rough out the spades and eventually lead a club to the king. I don't know if Declare can find better because, kind of as forementioned, leading towards the king of clubs when East is likely to have the ace is a little bit tenuous, although.
Yeah, and notice we didn't talk about it, but East made a nice play at trick one, winning the king of diamonds to make it look like his diamonds are weaker than they really are. And that also makes the ace of clubs in
Yeah,
East more
I'm
likely.
still thinking though that Declare might not be convinced because if West has just the queen of diamonds and queen of clubs, would they really take a call in this auction?
Well, also, at some point, we're getting up to East having a normal one no trump bid and not the hypothetically
Ace, king
silly
of
one I was
diamonds, king of
suggesting.
spades, ace of clubs, yeah. Yep.
That's just a straight one no
So
trump opening.
that's a really good point. Actually, I think that makes the line of play pretty clear. We win this hardened dummy. I mean, we're going to take the spade finesse, but when.
Well, hang on, though. Wait a second. Now, if we're assuming the king of spades is on side, the ace of clubs is
Yes.
guaranteed to be in west.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying now I think the line of play is pretty crystal clear. We take a spade finesse once we find out it's working. We rough the spades good, and then we pull trump sending in hand, cash all of our spades, and lead a club up to the king.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can virtually bank on the king of clubs at that point.
And Klukowski has heard us. He's off. Here comes the 10 of spades. Yep. Covered. Queen of spades. These tricks are going to fly by.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fairly quick hand at this point. Queen of spades, rough high, draw trumps, more spades.
Yeah, heart. Okay,
lead a
heart to the
and,
ace and then a second spade. Just in case spades are 5-1. Be a little careful.
Well, you can just keep the lead in south, too. You don't have to... Oh, I see. To lead it through east. Hypothetical void. Good point.
Maybe that's the pause right now. I was a little hasty in my queen of spades play. I'm sorry, Klukowski. I didn't mean to rush you. Take all the time you need.
Yeah, and at this point also, possibly sort of not believing his good fortune that just everything is working on his hand, both in the way the hands mesh and how the east-west cards are shaping up.
I actually don't know if we can make the contract if spades happen to be 5-1, but Klukowski's probably thinking about that now. I mean, now that he's seen the king of spades, he's recounting all of the honors. He knows East has the ace king of diamonds from the opening lead. And so now he knows the ace of clubs is on side.
Right. Yeah, well, whether or not it was necessary, he is taking the safety play you suggested.
Spade to the queen, perfectly fine. We can now rough with the ace of hearts to prevent an overruff. Come back to our hand by pulling trumps.
Yep, catch the spades or not, and lead a club planning to lose just 2 clubs and take 10 tricks. We'll have a trump left, so there's no hurry to catch those spades.
Yep.
Yeah, so nicely done in both the bidding and play to put the match further in the Zimmerman column. I think it'll be 92-64 for 28 imps, which is more than 2 red game swings. So with 5 boards to go, or 6 boards to go, DeFranco and Mono are really going to need some racing luck here.
Yeah, this is kind of a cute and weird play. I guess this is a pretty nice play because if East roughs, now we can actually rough 2 diamonds in our hand, rough a spade, and pitch a club on the 4th spade. But if the jack of spades had held, we now actually don't need the club finesse to work, which we probably expected to. So yeah,
Yeah, in fact, it is possible that East did have a 3rd spade.
Right, in which case we would actually make 11 tricks when the club finesse worked. So small extra chance here from Klukowski to score that extra over trick. Is it meaningful if it was 450? Well, I guess then the other table would have been 200. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's not meaningful.
Well, it's meaningful when the other table doesn't find that careful play and goes 170 because 450 and 170 is 7.
Good point. So well done by Klukowski. And that is 6 more imps in Zimmerman's pocket. So they're ahead by 28.
Yeah, and another hand that's exactly the opposite of what Street needs, where with the spades 4-4, North South can make 3-no trump, and in the other room they didn't get there. I mean, it's super light. Obviously, I don't think they'll get there here either, but it's a board where Zimmerman can't lose him.
I was going to challenge that, but I didn't have time. Klukowski, just sticking it to you there with a 3-no bid. I mean, he has.
Yeah, I thought he might just invite, but there's just no stopping this guy.
Great spot cards, the 5-card diamond suit. I mean, just Jack 9, 8 of hearts, Queen 10, third of clubs.
Non-vulnerable. I thought he might, might only invite, obviously, red. I think everyone would bid the game with a hand like South's. But here, once again, East-West showing that they like leading their honor with holdings like King, Queen, 8, 4. This is at least the second time we've seen it.
So how long do you think Kalita is going to debate about who to play for Queen, third of diamonds? I'll put the over-under at 75 seconds. I'm going to get a stopwatch ready.
I think he'll certainly give it some thought, but I think I would take the under. I think, at some point he'll just shrug and, say he has nothing to go on and just pick one.
And you think that'll...
Like, the only thing he'll know is this phase are 4-4.
Right,
so.
Yeah. So it does make 2-1 diamonds more likely, but...
Well, it does, but also it doesn't give any distributional clue.
East probably doesn't have a 5-card suit, so it's more likely that East is the one with 3 diamonds.
Maybe he'll figure that out in under 75 seconds.
Yeah, considering I have now recollected this fact and worked it out in faster than 20 seconds, he might be a little bit sharper than I am.
Yeah. So, East...
All right, I'm changing my odds. 25 seconds.
5 of spades. Yeah, the 5 of spades is a little... That 5 of spades is a little... Okay. I'll take the over on 25. That 5 of spades is a little weird. Like, I don't know what the East-West methods are here, but East clearly is wondering if he's about to play a second spade. And no, I guess... North can't have ace-jack of spades because he would have won with dummy holding the 10. So I'm not sure what he's thinking about
Just here. Triple checking everything. So spade to the ace.
Yeah. And if he returns the jack, he still overtake once he's seen the 10 and 9. Yep. I mean, East knows that West has the other spade anyway because this 9 of spades play wouldn't make any sense if Declare had another one. But again, overtaking because it's totally safe.
And cashes the 8 of spades.
Yeah. And presumably West is, he played high spades every time he could, so he suggested a heart card.
Yeah, although West is probably just trying to clarify the spade suit. I think it's a little less clear, but...
Yeah, probably should do.
So. Declare has pitched the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, maybe I would take the under on 25 because if DeFranco thinks for a long time here, Kalita can be thinking about his problem at the same time.
I was going to start the stopwatch when Kalita got the lead. We might actually get a claim. So
that'd be very funny.
It's possible if DeFranco thinks for long enough, Kalita will say, I'm going to play the king of diamonds. What's happening? Okay, here we go. King of hearts.
Right.
Ace.
So whether or not it's for the reason I suggested, he's just leading a heart because away from the club jack with queen 10 third and dummy looks horrible. But West possibly suggested heart strength and East led away from his queen there.
King of clubs. I don't know if I'm supposed to stop the timer.
Yeah. I feel like this is maybe like the bet is totally
Ace of
canceled here.
clubs.
But reasonable, maybe you get a count signal on clubs, especially on the king.
Okay, king of diamonds.
All right, claim. Yeah, I think once West follows, he can claim.
I think if we only talk about the time he was making decisions, it was pretty close to 22 seconds.
Okay. So you're
yeah, after I realized that
there.
King of Diamonds was maybe a little bit too obvious.
Yeah. I like the King of Clubs play there before playing Diamonds, though. The defense would always give true count, so maybe you get a little extra info.
Yeah, seems somewhat reasonable. What is...
Yeah, you probably just...
I just noticed the result from the other room on this hand. Is this normal? Hold on a second.
I would say actually it's not crazy, right? I mean, a hard one. No, I was saying like a hard pass and no trump pass to no trump, but that doesn't. Maybe that's how it went, but it doesn't really explain anything. And anyway, West would be bidding spades. I see. Actually, the auction was kind of reasonable.
I haven't thought about the play at all in 3 no trump, but
possibly declare didn't either if he went down 4.
yeah, mostly joking.
Because he certainly starts. Well, he starts 6. Well, actually, you only start 5. You got a spade.
Hey,
heart,
that's down 4.
And 3 clubs.
He took all of his winners and then folded the cards up and took his cigarette.
No, I mean I think he took a heart finesse, and now the defense took 5 spades.
All right, we're about to see it. Let's see.
That's only down 3. Oh no, sorry. Yep. Cash your clubs, take the heart finesse, and now he has a club winner for the defensive 8th trick. So interestingly, they're playing. Well, yeah, I guess they're playing a strong king. In conjunction with Rusino, since we saw the Queen of Spades led previously. So if East had the Jack of Spades, this is how they would ask him to play it.
Just a little bit of a different carding agreement than some players would have, where the normal lead or standard lead from the West holding is the Queen of Spades from King, Queen, 10, 9, where you want your partner to unblock the Jack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this method, playing Rusino leads, lower of touching honors with 4 or more, has become very popular at the expert level, and we saw it on the previous hand where DeFranco had King, Queen, 4th of spades and led the Queen, which shows the King but denies a really strong holding. And one of the things that it gets you is that way when you lead Ace from Ace, King, 3rd, partner knows not to drop an honor, so it's a little more, a little more informative. Otherwise, if you let the King from Ace, King, 3rd, then partner doesn't know to give Ace, King, King, Queen, God knows what. So I think West is just going to declare it now. If he takes the heart finesse first, he'll win 3
yeah, because they can't cash a club. It looks like that's what he's selecting to do, which honestly seems pretty reasonable to me. I don't see any reason to play on clubs first. If we get 5 clubs, a heart, and a spade, and 1 diamond, that's still not enough tricks.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Clara was hoping to catch the Ace of Diamonds in East and be able to run 5 clubs and then strip squeeze East if East had the King of Hearts with some length.
Yeah, East would need to have all of the Jack 10, 9 of diamonds as well, and
yeah, I mean, I didn't look at the play record, but I kind of didn't want to. But, it's possible to declare had some plan like that in mind, where if the clubs split, he could decide later how to handle the red suits.
Yeah, it's a little bit more natural to...
I don't know, DeFranco has made the very obnoxious move of giving declare some hope here.
Well, you have to...
Here, sometimes you want to make that duck if there's an entry problem, but look at this dummy.
All right, the Jack of Hearts comes next. Do we play to the Ace? No, he runs the Jack of Hearts. and I assume East is going to switch to diamonds, but it's like both of those club and diamond holdings are not ideal.
Yeah, and West really hasn't had a chance to tell East anything. He led the king first because of the system card, and then he led the queen because of the technical card. And here he just signaled, blitz played his hearts in normal order. So West never had a chance to give any kind of preference signal.
If Declare has the ace of diamonds, he just has 9 tricks. So East just has to play his partner for that card, and he's rewarded.
Right, 3 more hearts and 3 more diamonds, and the club finesse is working if he needs it.
So down 3, and Zimmerman picks up another 3 imps thanks to Klukowski's play of attacking hearts first. How is the other room doing? They have 2 boards to play.
So they'll finish before we'll have comparisons for every board, is my guess.
Well, 4 boards.
37 with 4 to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough margin to overcome.
Yeah, and if they can bid and make 4 hearts here, they'll get 10 of them back.
I haven't looked. Is 4 hearts makeable? It looks like the answer is... Yeah.
If they get a spade, if they get a spade rough, then they lose 2 hearts and 2 diamonds. Yeah. And if they don't get it's beatable if they don't. Actually, well, wait a second here, because if they cash 2 diamonds, they can't get a rough anymore, and if they don't, then because on 3 rounds of clubs pitching a diamond, North roughs in. So if clubs were 5-3, I think they could actually make it.
Well, South has opened 2 clubs, precision style.
Yeah, I think just actually it's on their card. I think this might actually be 2 suited.
No, it's like old school precision. It can be 5 clubs in a 4-card major, or 6 clubs.
I see. I actually closed that pair's system card at some point.
And so 2 hearts, I believe, or 2 spades, I believe, is just natural and non-forcing.
Oh yeah, so 6 clubs or 4 clubs, or 4 major 5 clubs.
Well, East-West have wrong-sided the heart contract because South is going to lead partner spade suit now. On a club lead, they might have had a club lead from North. They might have had a chance. Oh, well, they stop in 3 hearts. So, maybe some good news for Street.
This is probably going to make, right?
Yeah, I mean, when South gets a rough, it's with the Jack of Hearts, so Declare is not going to have any trouble pulling trumps from there.
Yeah, and Declare, of course, will know that the spades produce 3 tricks if he needs them with no losers after the 2 spade bid and deuce of spades lead. South could possibly have a doubleton spade, but because they lead the deuce from doubletons, but it won't matter. It can't be on or doubleton.
Well, Klukowski thinking about his opening lead, I mean, it seems pretty natural to lead partner suit.
Yeah, particularly knowing that there's club strength on his right.
I mean, other alternative is to lead clubs, expecting them to maybe be like 6-4-2-1 around the table. And your partner has a singleton, you're getting in with the trump ace, you can give partner a rough.
Yeah, reasonable. So let's see. So the other room West opened to hearts that spring and driver, who play a very aggressive preempting style, and East just raised the game pretty reasonably, with two
Yeah.
ace kings and the king third of trumps.
Yeah, and then after the natural spade lead from North, they ended up trying to pitch a diamond loser before attacking trumps. That gave North a ruff, and North gave their partner a spade ruff.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty clear line of play. Just unfortunate that the clubs didn't split. Yeah, so South has really taken his time here, I guess. He does want to make sure that if it is that Singleton club in North, that he sets up North's roster rather than his own.
Clubs could be 6-3-3-1 around the table. He could give his partner 2 ruffs, potentially, by leading clubs, because he has 2 entries.
Right, because you have the ace diamond entry if... Yeah, he does it. Yeah, it's true, because East-West could easily be in a 5-3 instead of, or whatever, 6-2 heart fit,
right.
Where North would have a third trump.
Yeah, so I think the club lead seems pretty normal. I mean, at first glance, I was thinking, obviously, lead the singleton and partner suit, but this club alternative makes some sense as well.
Yeah, of course, here it's going to be one of these kind of funny hands where 4 hearts makes 3 and 3 hearts makes 4.
3 hearts might also make 3 because I suspect Well, okay, hold on. Yeah, good point. We now know that clubs are 6-2.
Right, and we also, we don't know, but a spade to the 10, feels like, I guess, South could have a singleton spade on her. Especially when it doesn't lead one, but we know about the spade position, so we might pick those up. Where the other table, the lead, the declare play rather was totally blind.
Sure. So I guess declare does probably win the queen of clubs and lead a heart to the king.
Yeah, I think you don't want to block the club suit, so you just win the queen for that reason. Yeah, right, because we know that South has 6 clubs because he can't have... I guess he could have 4 hearts.
Yes.
But he can't have 4 spades. And if he doesn't have a 4-card major, he promises
so heart
6
to the
clubs.
king, probably planning to play South for 3 hearts, but the jack's going to pop up.
I think we may see a spade now.
Yeah, possible.
At this point, I think, South knows that, I guess it's possible North could have a singleton club. We can give him a ruff now. But that's still not going to be good enough. We need 4 more tricks. So we still need partner to have the ace of spades, I think, right?
Yeah, or like queen, jack, 10. No, I guess that's not... East would have too many club discards.
Right, we can see that a spade is always going away on Declare's club, so I think partner has to have the ace of spades if we're going to beat this. Which he could, right? Queen, jack, jack could become an ace, and his high card count would be the same. So then it goes spade to the ace in a ruff. We just cash the diamonds in. He's just playing a club, so obviously nothing that he did was going to matter, but I think this will make it even easier for Declare. And he'll play a heart to the queen. Now, if he lays a spade and North doesn't split, he might just go up to pitch his diamonds.
I think it would be a little bit... I guess it's not too risky, because even if the 10 of spades loses, then the defense can only get 2 diamonds, and he still makes 3. So what is this going to be? Like he's making 5? He's spending a lot of time now, not because he's thinking about whether to try the king of clubs, but he's trying to decide if he should hook South for the jack of hearts. If he had just let a low heart, this guess would have been solved.
I mean, he may think that South has a spade void. Right? South has had a bunch of chances to lead spades and declined all of them.
All right, so low spade. We'll see if North splits. Okay, actually, this is just better, right? We can
Yeah,
cross to the nine of
being
hearts.
idiots.
Yes,
Yeah.
my bad. Once the trumps split, now it's completely safe to pitch our diamond before testing the spades.
Right. Now I'll just exit a diamond. Eventually plan to use dummies
Yes,
roughing
so
entries
this will
to lead
definitely be
spades up.
5 now, and that'll be 6 more imps.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say definitely right. There is some possibility that he plays South for Singleton Spade Honor wins, as a different reason why South might not have led one.
Oh, he does. Wow. Okay, so only 4. 170 to 50 is 220. Still 6 imps. Didn't matter. The over trick.
Yeah, I guess it matters for just personal satisfaction, but not for imps.
So 3 boards to go. This is still going to be a 31 imp lead for Zimmerman.
Yeah, in fact, the other table is still playing board 29, so maybe that means there's something interesting about it, but, interesting and 31 imps interesting are not quite the same. Yeah, they need 3 game swings and 3 boards.
No, this could be one of them. Direction. I mean,
right.
4 hearts making looks like a pretty good result for East-West at the other table.
Yeah, North-South have the very rare 4 spades vulnerable save.
Yeah, it looks like down 2 or down 1.
Only down 1.
Now, do East-West actually make 4 hearts? I guess they do.
Yeah. Yeah, even if they got a diamond rough,
Well,
there's just no other trick for the defense.
If they don't get a diamond rough, then it might be a little bit harder for Declare.
Yeah, because he has to rough some spades and play diamonds along the way. But of course, he can just play diamonds himself, and they either take their rough or not.
Yeah, I suspect 4 hearts will probably make if it gets reached. Now, the other question, as Craig mentioned, because 4 spades is a good save, North-South do have 10 spades between them, which often indicates you should be bidding to the 4 level.
I mean, with both North-South being flat and North so weak, I suspect they won't get there. North will probably raise spades as cheaply as possible at his next turn. Like, West might just bid 4 hearts here, and I think North would not bid over that.
Yeah, that seems a possibility. So, 1 club by West was just,
So he has actually bid to show exactly what he has, a 4-heart raise with a spade void.
Yeah, okay, fascinating. So Klukowski, yes, I was about to call this. He knows his partner has at least 3-card spade support. Because if East was 5-5 in the majors, he wouldn't have started by showing hearts. He would have started by showing spades. Or actually, I think they have ways to show any 9-card in the major thing.
Well, couldn't East be 4-4 in the majors?
Yeah, but then his partner has 3 spades. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, he has at least 3
spades.
And
so after that 4 diamond bid, I think Klukowski was just like, yes, give me 4 spades. We have a fit.
Yeah. Yeah, so East, I think, didn't really have anything to do, but a good spot just to take stock of the whole auction since it's a pretty pretty unfamiliar
this
one.
Is not the direction that Street needs the match to go. 4 spades, as mentioned, a good save. Declare is going to score 9 tricks, being able to rough a diamond in the dummy.
Yeah, and I don't think it's super likely, but if West Well, I guess now West is going to know that the queen of
Yep.
clubs isn't cashing. I was going to say, 3 rounds of clubs and they actually make this, but of course that's not a possible defense. Yeah, this is a pretty easy 9 tricks. Even with trumps 3-0, draw 3 rounds of trumps, take 1 ruff of your 3rd diamond, and the defense just gets their 4 top tricks.
Yeah, so that will be another 6 imps going to Zimmerman, and the lead extends to 37 with 2 comparisons to go.
Yeah, so not quite a claim. You would need 49 imps, but as close as it gets.
I suppose in theory, if... Yeah, I think in theory, if you knew that you were ahead by some large number of imps with a few boards to play, you could probably claim by just passing hands out to try and avoid going for 3,800.
Right. Right, as we said a couple days ago, it's basically impossible to get 20 plus imp numbers without one pair or another going for a colossal number, and that's easily avoided by never entering the auction.
All right, West cashes the king of clubs.
Yeah, I'll probably try the queen of diamonds now. It looks, it looks both safe and possibly productive.
Yeah, I think I agree. Let me see about this. The jack 8 of clubs technically are set up. I suppose he could have let a low club, forcing his partner to ruff. But yes, he does try the queen of diamonds, which seems reasonable as well. Maybe partner has the ace of that suit.
Right.
So Klukowski wins the ace. Ace of spades.
Yeah, so we can pitch a heart on a club. But West will at that point probably work out Takashi's heart.
Yes, yeah. Looking at...
I don't think he'll try it, right? Because it's kind of free to try it, and maybe, maybe against the right opponent something good happens. I don't think this is the right opponent.
All right, pitch the heart. We have set up a winner. No, guess not.
No.
Down 1, but 6 imps. 37 is the margin. Oh?
Yeah.
Okay, he does pitch the heart.
Oh, all right. Yeah, and I think once again we saw, maybe the view graph operator not spotting, this possible slight extra chance and just, assuming that he was going to ruff the loser. So West will win and, claim presumably via putting the king of hearts on the table.
Yeah, so have Zimmerman pulled ahead in the Borda match yet this set? I mean, they're ahead by 10 imps, but they had a couple of pips going against them at the start. They are now ahead by 1.
Yeah. Yeah, for the full day, I'm not sure, but they have... well, actually, is it... Oh, yeah, I was just thinking, is it possible that board 21 was an imp push, but a border match?
Oh, yeah, no,
450,
that's
460,
a good
but
question. I haven't looked at any of that sort of stuff.
No, well, there's only been one push, and it was a true push.
Yeah. All right, board 29, East has opened a spade. We will see a game forcing two clubs.
2 clubs, probably, right?
They have this relay structure.
Yeah, I would imagine they use
2
it
diamonds
anytime
is
they
a
have a
natural
balanced
game
hand.
force, so they have that available.
Yeah, just, I would just assume that when West has a balanced hand and wants to find, the relay
Right,
method
so
is
you
more
think
appealing.
maybe with 5-4-3-1, West would bid 2 diamonds?
Yeah, or maybe even a more concentrated hand, maybe even the same kind of shape, but a more, ace, king, queen, fifth, and king, queen, jack, four, king, queen, jack, third of clubs or something, or ace, king, jack, third of clubs. I don't know. Like the West hand looks like a classic, learn as much as possible kind of hand rather than tell partner about the diamonds and hope the information is useful to him.
My guess is, as with most relay systems, you often show your shape first, and so East probably has showed exactly 5-4-2-2 shape.
Yeah, and that's one very common feature of relay systems, and I think one reason why a lot of people are not enamored of them is they're very good for showing shape, but they're pretty bad for showing honor location, where kind of a more cooperative, like bid what you have kind of method lets you decide what feature of your hand you think is most important instead of just having to kind of be restricted to only showing one thing.
Well,
I think one reason why they are so good with big balanced hand opposite weak distributional hand because they're the honor location.
So we get the
matter.
Queen of Diamonds lead. It looks pretty natural for North to lead from the Queen Jack 10 combination. Obviously, a 5-card suit against 3 no trump is often a consideration and would have been, kind of a nice opening lead choice. They could cash the first 5 tricks here, but Queen Jack 10 a lot safer. So what is Declare going to do? If the spades run for 5 tricks, he's making it, so it looks pretty natural to just win this and run the 9 of spades.
Well, so I'm going to say, here's another possibility. Suppose this holds the trick. Hey, Mark.
Hey, hello again. Our table just finished. So far, for the other exact same line of play.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe Declare might duck that Queen of Diamonds, to induce a continuation, but he does take his more natural play of winning and running the 9 of spades.
If the Queen of Spades is in the pocket, we just have a claim for 3-0. Don't want to give them any more chances to find the club switch.
Right. 5 spades, 2 hearts, and 2 diamonds. Good point.
All right, so undo. Let's just different Smith Echo card. Oh, he ducked it, but he still doesn't have enough tricks.
Yeah, I think that duck is totally.
No, he didn't duck that one.
I think the first one is totally safe. Declare 100% was going to repeat the finesse.
Kalita.
Well, here's the error here. All right, so now at our table, they took a long time, but eventually found the 10 of clubs shift because you can't play the 7 of clubs in case Declare's got ace jack third. But what are your guys' thoughts? You think king of clubs is better or 10 of clubs?
Well, so let's back up here. North played State of Spades, and they're playing Smith.
Yeah, they're playing reverse Smith.
What's that? So, I don't know what their honor agreements are, but, in that context, the 9 of diamonds is probably a very possible continuation by South here.
Oh, so Kalita said he liked the lead? Oh, that's pretty hard to find the club shift then. Even though luckily for them, they still don't have enough tricks.
Yeah, maybe this would be a count situation to tell South whether it's safe to duck the Queen of Spades or whatever, but I doubt it.
Do you guys have the BBO plugin that shows the amount of time each card?
No, I just used a stopwatch.
No, I didn't know there was a thing.
Anyway, I know the game is hard, but it took the other South. He spent 6 minutes at this stage.
Yeah, that can happen in these higher level matches for sure. People will take a lot of time to make their decisions, and I can imagine Klukowski spends a long time here as well.
Mark, is that like just a Chrome extension or something?
Yeah, if you Google BBO helper.
Got it. I can use all the help I can get. So that
does a few other neat things. Also, it shows you the double dummy table in the in the hand records.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, All right, cool. Thank you. I'll add this now, and next time I fire up BBO, it'll be ready to go. Cool. Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome. So let's pretend that Kalita did Smith that said he wanted a shift. Do you guys know whether King of Clubs or 10 of Clubs is better?
I kind of like the 10. It feels a little more flexible. What do you think, Rob? Like, we might need to get in with the king on the second round of the suit.
Declare could have like Ace Jack 6.
Well,
2,
I mean, I
something
think
like that.
so. The main problem with playing the 10 is when Declare has Queen third or Jack third and covers it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what happened at our table. They led the 10, and I don't know if it was Brink or Driver, but they insta covered Queen, like Declare was King
North had a huge problem,
and then North took a while to win the ace, and then took a while to let a club back. But my thought was Declare South had 10x of clubs. They might not lead the 10. They might lead the small one. So that's a kind of a known position too. So if partners
not with the 9-8 doubleton and dummy. You need to lead the 10 in case partner has Queen Ace Queen Jack.
Right. You can't afford to let Declare duck the 7 toward the 9-8.
Yeah, I guess they could have Ace Queen Jack to cater for different holdings. So anyway, same thing happened at the other table.
Fortunately,
they took a long time to A, you don't know which suit to play, and then B, if you lead a club, which one do you play?
So now South here, if he plays a diamond, he will still beat it 1 because the player is just a trick short.
Though, if South plays a diamond, like let's say South plays the 9. Oh man, what do we do as North? Or what do we do as West?
Actually, yeah, so if we duck it to North now has to play a low club. Otherwise,
actually, I'm pretty confident if South plays the 9 of diamonds, North will shift to a low club.
Yeah, and if the 9 of diamonds holds, of course, then, it can't hold because North is forced to overtake it. Yeah, because if North returns out of the red suit there, either the diamonds run or it's into the wheel.
Yeah, I guess it's true. North will have to guess whether to play clubs or hearts, right? Because from North's perspective, if Declare's clubs are stronger and partner has the king of hearts instead, then a heart switch is necessary to set up their 2 heart tricks.
Yeah, and I wonder, if South isn't shifting to a club, does that imply? He does.
They have the same 10 of clubs shift. It is the Queen.
But if South doesn't play a club, that may be an indication that South's strength actually is in hearts.
And same thing here. North thought a while with it, so they won.
Yeah, it's funny. Both players, both world-class players played the 10. My instinct was you just play the 10. And Mark, I think you're right that the king is better for that reason. And also, if we had king 10 use, the 10 might be more appealing. But here, the 7 is going to block the suit. So if it's a position like the one we saw earlier with the hearts, the 10 might be important as a blocking card, but here we know the suit's blocked anyway.
So if I wonder what would have happened if South played diamonds.
What do you mean? Oh no! That means the match
right?
continues for another hand. It doesn't. Maybe this isn't enough.
I was just on Kalita's behalf.
Understandable.
So he'll make an over trick, 3 tricks better than the other table.
So if South had played the 9 of diamonds and North had played king, he might have run all his spades and then might have been able to force North-South to break hearts. That would have been an interesting variation also.
4 spades, 2 diamonds, a heart. I think.
Wait, he's gonna take all his spades
I think
and
he
see what
might be a
everyone
trick
discards.
short of making
It would have
it,
been
but yeah, it's sometimes possible to.
Oh yeah, he needs a nice trick. He's only got 8, but you'd have to guess with just take a straight heart finesse or throw him in with clubs and make them be hard.
All right, so the match is
actually
not out of
really good this quarter.
Yeah, we're waiting
this is
for
an interesting
overtime.
hand. The other table did well. So Satorsky and his partner were able to stop in 4 clubs.
Yeah, okay, so hold on. Here we
Yes.
go. How is Street doing to score at least 4,000 points on this hand?
It's also a little slight point of interest here.
South did,
I think there's
other
some
South
use
did
that might
3
work,
hearts
you know,
here. Would
some-
you guys bid 3 hearts also? I like 3 hearts. It's like a super huge club raise.
Meh, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Would you
so
bid then 2 hearts? 4 clubs? 3 clubs?
as South,
Yeah,
Hey.
they both tables bid 3 hearts, which I think shows a
Yeah.
super huge club raise. And then North pleaded poverty with 4 clubs, and
Yeah,
I mean, it's
it's
also
just a
second
that
splinter.
pass.
It seems reasonable. I don't think there's anything wrong with 3 hearts.
yeah, I like 3 hearts. You know, if partner has a little like it's a splinter that forces to 4 clubs. Isn't that just a perfect description of the hand? Yeah, I think there's certainly East who would have opened the East hand 1 no trump instead of 1 hearts. Instead of
Yeah.
1 heart.
Yeah, I think it's not that common with 4-5 in the majors to be opening a no trump, but people probably do it less than they should.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe it's more attractive if your majors are a little different. Like if you had Ace King 10 fourth of spades and King 8 fifth of hearts, I think it's more attractive.
Yeah. Okay. No. But hold on. I'm still back on this plan of Mano and DeFranco scoring plus 4,000 on this board. So let's figure out a way to make that come true. So we'll start.
I think unless
But how about 7 spades by North South?
Okay, so
Redoubled.
South bids 5 hearts, right? And North now becomes convinced that East. Okay, it didn't happen. I'm sorry. I guess the match is over.
yeah, I mean you can make 5 clubs if you don't get a spade
Yeah,
lead.
you can set up the diamonds.
Yeah, you can high heart and a diamond.
Yeah,
chip.
sorry, if you don't get a spade lead, you know, before you're in.
Well, actually,
But yeah, here on this King of Diamonds lead, they are gonna make
high heart
chips.
and a spade shift. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, so here the player can just draw trumps, play a diamond to the 10, and pitch the spade away.
Yeah, trumps are
This is only a
2-2, so can rough both spades in the dummy afterwards.
Yep. So, all right. So this will be 1 more imp to Zimmerman for a 25 imp win in a pretty well played final. Particularly the second half, felt like a lot of very good bridge being played.
There were a lot of
I
fun
agree.
and interesting problems. I think there are a lot of very interesting defensive problems that the players faced. From Declare's perspective, most of the time it was just let me pull trumps and hope the defense don't score their tricks. But yeah, very well done to Zimmerman, who's won. I don't know how many events they've won this year.
Well, as we learned today, we can use the ACBL National
Thank
Championship
you.
lookup.
Yes, very helpful. Thanks, Larry, for bringing that to our attention. But if you check Zimmerman, I'm sure you're certain to find that they have quite a few wins under their belt. I mean, the Bermuda Bowl is not going to be on that list, but that was just a few short months ago.
So, Rob, what day did you start commenting? Have you been doing all 4 quarters for?
Yeah, I was here from the round of
days in a
32, 4 sets a day, and I will be here over the weekend for the Risinger. I don't know exactly how that's going to be set up because I hear that there's some possibility of commentating from a different like live stream or something where like there's going to be a continuous feed.
Yeah, Jan posted something on Bridge Winners. I think we'll find out exactly what the plan is.
For everyone who...
But Rob, I'm sure I'm speaking for the 1,300 people kibitzing, but thanks for all your time. And
amazing.
You too, Craig. I don't know how long you did. But
I did 3 segments each day. I slept in until around 9.
So starting in the round of 32 also?
Yeah.
Okay, so you there you go. There's some notes from Al.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you for
thank you for all your time and commentating.
The other table
definitely adds to watching.
Thanks to all the audience, of course. Congrats to Zimmerman for having a nice victory here, beating out their opponents in the finals by 25 imps, as mentioned. And thank you to my co-caster Craig, of course, and Mark for joining me for a few hands at the very end.
Yeah, you as well. Mark, always great to see you, even virtually.
But
okay.
All right, well,
cheers, guys. See you at the tables.
Yeah, well,
I will be back in 2 days for the Risinger, but I have a day off now, so I get to rest.
Yeah, me too. All right, cool, Rob. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later. And thanks. Thanks to everyone, and congratulations, everyone.
All right, Twitch chat. We did it. We made it through all 5 days. Now I get a day off. And, oh man, okay, what all happened? Someone bet some money on Street. My apologies. You were getting pretty good odds, though, for the money that you bet on Street. So, prediction done. And I think that's going to wrap it up for me today. Who won the set? Street actually won the set by 2 imps. But I will be back. I don't think I plan on streaming tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a short stream tomorrow of something. I don't know exactly what. If there was like a Reddit, okay, Bridge Winners is effectively Reddit, right? For Bridge. Maybe I'll take a look because it seems like we're getting some threads about our commentary and whatnot. It's not going to be as fun as like reading Reddit for this. I want to do like a Reddit React stream, but maybe it's a little bit too soon. Possibly next week after the Nationals have finished and we'll get a few comments coming through on the threads. It would be nice to take a look at what some people are saying, except for the people who are mean to me, and hopefully they get their posts banned from Bridge Winners. We don't want any of that. But thank you, Twitch chat, for hanging out with me. Always a good time, and YouTube chat as well. I plan on being back, so I think the Risinger, let's take a look at the schedule, is going to start. Here we go. Saturday, 10 a.m. So same game time as when we started today. So supposedly 4 hours, and then 4 p.m. as well. 10 a.m., 4 p.m. are the start times for that. And I don't know how commentary is going to work. Let me try and pull up. Let's see. Did I get an email? I think I got an email about this from Diana. She said, ACBL are also doing a live stream on their Twitch channel because the Bamboo graph is annoying to open-close. It will have more continuity to keep one table open with video. I don't know if that means I can stream on, well, yeah, actually, I have no idea what that means. I'll probably send her an email tomorrow and try and clarify what's going on. But yes, 10 a.m. Saturday, this Saturday, December 2nd, for the start of the Risinger semifinal. Dan, you are just in time for the conclusion of stream. But this was fun. So I think Craig will be back with me again, presumably the same deal. He's going to come in like midway through the first half and do the latter part of that segment and then the finals. Oh, we have the Tugu Muda Cup. Who won? Zimmerman, of course, the bad guys. No one wants them to win, but they always do. Well, thanks for tuning in, Jessica. See you around. And I think on that note, I'm probably going to wrap up stream for the day. So maybe stream tomorrow, definitely stream Saturday, starting at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. And we'll watch some Risinger action, which I think I'll be a little bit better at doing commentary for. Imps, I have no idea how to play Imps. But match points, we can do this. I'm just going to tell everyone to double on every hand, and I'll probably be correct most of the time. But that'll be fun. So tune in for that in about 36 hours, 37 hours or so.